Okay, welcome everyone. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 5:03 p.m. This is the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of Santa Clara Unified School District. I'm going to do roll call. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Here.
Trustee Muirhead.
Here.
Trustee Rotterman.
Here.
Trustee Ryan.
Here.
Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
Student Trustee Brown. And I am here. Okay. May I have the introduction of the interpreter, please?
Good evening, Board. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Benítez. Mi compañera Catherine y yo vamos a ser los intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprime el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también tendrá la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you so much. The pledge will be led by Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you. Everybody stand, hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Trustee Watanabe. Okay, where's my stuff? The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, engaging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The vision of Santa Clara Unified is that graduates are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamian Nation, the Aboriginal American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present. Before I ask for a motion to accept the agenda, I need to pull an item. Item E2, the Student Senate Report by Noor Kamal from Wilson High School, needs to be pulled.
Second, Rotterman.
I have a motion from Trustee Ryan and a second for Trustee Rotterman. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student Trustee Brown?
Yes.
And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Brown also voting yes. Guidelines for public policy. The board has a civility policy, Board Policy 1313. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic and digital systems and platforms. I don't have any slips for public comment on agendized items in closed session. I don't know if there's anyone on the Zoom. Nope. Okay. So in closed session, the board will be discussing the following items. B1, public employee appointment, management, principal, Brawley Elementary School. B2, public employee appointment, management, principal, Briarwood Elementary School. B3, public employee discipline dismissal release. B4, conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Gary Waddell, Superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. Employee organizations UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented employees. B5, conference with real property negotiators, property Curtis Site 3450 Brookdale Avenue, Santa Clara. Agency negotiator Gary Waddell, Superintendent, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. Negotiating party, University California of Regents for the Homesteaders 4-H Club, under negotiation, terms of agreement. B6, conference with real property negotiators, property, Monticello site, 3401 Monroe Street, Santa Clara. Agency negotiator Gary Waddell, Superintendent, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. Negotiating party, Monticello Academy Child Development, under negotiation, terms of agreement. B7, conference with real property negotiators, property, Monticello site, 3421 Monroe Street, Santa Clara. Agency negotiator Gary Waddell, Superintendent, and Mark Shield, Deputy Superintendent of Operations, Chief Business Official. Negotiating party, International Church of the Foursquare Gospel, under negotiation, terms of agreement. B8, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Sections 54956.9 D2, one case. And B9, public employee performance evaluation, agency designated representative, board president Bonnie Lieberman, title superintendent. The board anticipates being in closed session for approximately 75 minutes. Thank you. Okay, welcome back, everyone. The board has returned from closed session. If I could please get the introduction of the interpreter. Yeah. My mic is
Yes,
on.
thank you. Thank you. Uh, thank you. Good evening, board. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Benítez. Mi compañera Catherine Hertel y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también podrá seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Thank you. The report from closed session. For item B1, the board received information. For item B2, the board received information. For item B3, the board received information and gave direction. For item B4, the board received information. Item B5, the board received information and gave direction. Item B6, the board received information and gave direction. Item B7, the board received information and gave direction. Item B8, the board received information. And for item B9, the board received information. Okay. At this time, we will be taking a moment to honor our recently retired president of CSEA, Miss Lynn Viller. Lynn joined SCUSD in 1993 as a mental health aide, also known as a primary intervention program paraeducator. In 1996, Lynn became a special education aide, now known as a special education paraeducator at Ponderosa Elementary School, where she served until she became CSEA president in 2019. She was elected CSEA Chapter 250 president in August 2019 and served as president until she retired in December 2024. Colleagues shared the following noteworthy attributes. Lynn always advocated for the needs of students, especially our most vulnerable, and of the paraeducators who served them. In a thank you letter from a summer school principal, it was said that Lynn exemplified how educators can make a difference in the lives of individual students. Lynn always stresses the importance of grammar. She used this skill to ensure our classified job descriptions were grammatically correct. She and the communications director enjoyed editing our labor partnership update newsletters, debating comma placements, and how to vary sentence length. She served on critical committees like the Labor and Management Partnership Steering Committee and representative partnership at district leadership team meetings and statewide labor management initiative conferences. She always advocated for CSEA employees to serve in site leadership teams. As CSEA president, Lynn attended nearly every board meeting and often concluded her president's report with the latest Giants update. She is a huge Giants fan. She has season tickets to watch the games with her husband, Jaime, and even coordinated Giants-Dodger games for SCUSD employees and managers to attend. Lynn, you have worked tirelessly to make a difference in the lives of students and classified employees and to build a strong labor management partnership through your advocacy. You truly care about all of those with whom you worked, and we are grateful for your service and leadership in SCUSD. It is our honor to recognize you tonight. And we have a very special message up on the board for you from JT Snow. Yeah, retired. Oh, there. Lynn, we will get you that video so you can. Sure. Sure. So we have something for you if you want to come up. The board wants to present you with.
I think, Lynn, you don't even have to stay.
Yeah, she wants to make comment. Okay. Okay. We will move now to our report from our superintendent, Dr. Waddell.
Thank you, President Lieberman. I have just a few events and recognitions this evening. We had a very festive public school awards on Tuesday evening. It was a great event celebrating students and volunteers from every student in the district. It's on, but it was heartening to see the many ways that volunteers contribute to making the magic happen in our schools, and our student awardees were just amazing. Students who attend to their academic and social growth while helping their schools in a myriad of ways, and notably bringing kindness to bear in so many ways to make our schools a happier and more supportive places for their peers. Kudos to all 88 awardees from Tuesday. we wanted to highlight the Nature Center Earth Day celebration this weekend from 9 to 12, which will be at the SCUSD Farm on Dunford Way. There will be guided tours of the farm and the Brian Osborne Nature Center, learning opportunities to learn about the farm to table camp, participate in family-friendly, environmentally conscious activities, and of course, the farm stand will be open. So please come join us. We had a very nice Administrative Professionals Day yesterday, hosted by SCUMA, celebrating the many ways that our administrative professionals keep our district moving forward in a positive manner. Thanks go to each of them and to SCUMA for organizing the afternoon picnic. That was a lot of fun. We had a site leadership team networking session prior to spring break. This SLTs are an important part of our labor management partnership and are the way that we bring everyone together and move forward on our journey of continuous improvement to ensure strong and inclusive teams and schools. Spring is a very busy time of year, and we're back from spring break, and state CASP testing is underway across the district. Teachers, students, and our support teams have been hard at work preparing and implementing state assessments. We know that our students and staff have been hard at work this year and look forward to them having an opportunity to show all of that preparation on our state assessments. As I mentioned last month, New Valley High School earned the California Model Continuation High School designation for its creative and student-centered practices, and they're being recognized tomorrow evening at the CCEA Plus, California Continuation Education Association Plus Annual State Conference in San Diego. It will be an exciting and important moment of recognition for this team's efforts over the last few years. We, on our mobile devices, this week we sent follow-up communications across the community to close the loop on our community engagement efforts by sharing information about the new mobile device-free schools board policy that takes effect at the beginning of next school year. This initial communication was an announcement video that included President Lieberman, Student Trustee Brown, CSEA President Stephanie Ailpin, UTSC President Margie Wysocki, District Council of PTA's President Rashna Bhatt, and myself. We are currently in full implementation planning mode, and it's going to be a big transition for our district, and I know we can make it a successful year working together. Finally, I want to end with a message of gratitude to the 2,500 plus amazing staff members of Santa Clara Unified. This is a time of year filled with staff appreciation days for classified, certificated, and management employees, and we simply couldn't do anything that we do without each of these members of our team. We're a very special district, and it's not because of the buildings. Sorry, Mark, but it's not because of the buildings, but it's because of the people that fill those buildings and spaces and create great learning opportunities for all of our young people, including Lynn. Lynn, we're very proud of you and appreciative to you, particularly for your work in shepherding our labor management partnership that has produced such great benefits to our classified employees, among others. And it's been great to work with Stephanie also through this transition. So that concludes my comments.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell. Now we will have our reports from our union presidents, Ms. Wysocki.
Thank you. Good evening, President Lieberman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Waddell, Ms. Brown, and Ms. Burrell. In keeping with my goal of acknowledging our good work, I'm again going to use the PBI structure of 5 to 1. Our positives. Number 1, congratulations to our teachers at Ponderosa for a successful international night. Number 2, we'd like to thank our facilities department for helping resolve the lingering plumbing problems also at Ponderosa. Sometimes it's very easy to take for granted how nice it is to have our toilets and sinks work correctly. If your toilets flush at your site, thank facilities. UTSC is excited to learn more from our teachers at Scott Lane, who will be attending the climate conference with their site administration. We look forward to learning more about the conference when they return. Number 4, I'd like to give a shout out to our HR department who spent a whole 2-hour block of time today with UTSC, me, this morning solving and addressing concerns. It was time well spent, and the collaborative solutions will be very much appreciated by our members, even when they do not know all of the work that went into those solutions that were reached. Number 5, finally, while not in the room tonight, I'd like to acknowledge and thank our new superintendent, Dr. Wright, who has already shown his commitment to the district by meeting with many of us here in this room. I look forward to seeing him tomorrow morning for our meeting and tomorrow afternoon at our district Lamps meeting. Now for an opportunity to improve. As we move forward in our collective work, I continue to advocate for the creation of collaborative and written processes wherever and whenever we can. We have a bit of a history in our district of relying upon past practice, and we've always done it this way. That approach makes systemic improvement very challenging. I've learned since coming to the district that while we are a unified school district, many sites are silos and have their own independent processes. This makes it difficult for our teachers, our staff, our families, and ultimately our students, who sometimes move from site to site and who may be held to different standards. But at the same time, our teachers know there is a certain level of autonomy that sites should have. It is the push and pull of competing needs, the need for consistency and the need for site independence. UTSC and our members will continue to strive for both for the perfect balance. At the board meeting this evening, you may hear comments that are impassioned and emotion-filled. I'd like to remind the board, the folks in this room, and the members of the public watching on the virtual meeting that speaking with strong feelings and heightened emotion is a clear message that we care. Whether you are hearing tonight for parents, teachers, or students, I urge everyone to remember we are heated because we care about our students. Having hard conversations is part of authentic partnership. If we didn't care, we would be silent, we would be apathetic, and we wouldn't put in the time to advocate for our specific position. But we are not silent, we are not apathetic, and we do put in significant time to support our cause. We advocate for our students and for each other. While difficult at times, these hard conversations are the hallmark of successful partnership. I take it as a sign of strength and a hallmark of coming together, even when we come at it from slightly different perspectives. Continuing these hard conversations while being kind and supportive of one another. We can agree to disagree. I have one more sentence. And finally, I would like to say it's very nice to see Lynn Villarreal in the audience this evening. We miss her and we hope things are going well for her and the Villarreal family. Thank you, and this concludes my UTSC report.
Thank you. Ms. Alvin.
Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Waddell, and Ms. Burrell. I'd like to start by congratulating Lynn once again on her retirement. It's such a wonderful thing to see her recognized with her very own Giants jersey. What a thoughtful way for the board to recognize her to honor her years in service. Tonight, I just want to take a few moments to share some appreciation and highlights from the past couple of weeks. First, I'm really grateful for the open and supportive communication I've had around the rollout of the Yonder bags. Thank you, Brad. I truly appreciate the conversations we've had about how we can all work together, especially how classified staff will help with support this effort to make it sure it benefits our students in the best possible way. I'm hopeful and confident that with continued collaboration, this transition will go smoothly. I also want to give a big thank you to all of our staff members who have been working so hard during testing season. We all know how unpredictable testing days can be, and yet time and time again, our staff show up and do whatever it takes to support our students. Your flexibility and commitment means so much. Yes, Tuesday, April 22nd was Bus Driver Appreciation Day, and I want to give a heartfelt shout out to our drivers. Every day, they help to get our students where they need to be, safely, reliably, and with care. Thank you for all that you do. Yesterday, I had a chance to stop by the Administrative Professionals celebration, and it was lovely to see everyone enjoying some sunshine and a break with colleagues at Central Park. It was such a great reminder of the importance of taking time to connect and appreciate one another. Finally, I want to express a heartfelt thanks to our payroll and insurance departments. I know how much time and effort has gone into processing raises and retroactive pays for both certificated and classified staff. Your hard work behind the scenes is essential and is deeply appreciated. I'll close tonight with one number, 28, the number of school days left this year. Let's finish strong. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we'll now move to public comment on unagendized items. I will read our civility policy just as a reminder for everyone. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, SCUSD encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. The district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. The board understands that the First Amendment provides strong protection for speech. However, the board expects that all speech and expression will comport with norms of civil behavior on district grounds, in district facilities, during district activities or events, and in the use of district electronic digital systems and platforms. So when I'll call up 3 names, you can line up behind the podium. Turn on the microphone by pressing the button. The light will turn green and you'll have 2 minutes. The timer is above right here. And if for some reason you don't make it through your entire comment, you can email the board with the remainder of your remarks so that we can read them. Okay, so I have Mary Rios, Sherry Hansen, and John Figueroa. Figueroa. These are unagendized. There we go.
Hi, my name is Maria Blanca Rios. I am the liaison for women interning for the Brewing Country Woodturners. We turn at the high school, at Santa Clara High School. And part of the things that we do is we take classes through the Santa Clara Adult Education. So we both belong to a club, but we also take classes, and that's how we learn. All my friends are here. We started turning about 2 years ago. We're brand new. We've created this amazing community of brand new turners. Most of us are women, and it's really created this amazing sense of community. And we turn in the evenings, late at night, and we turn on the weekends. The equipment that we use was purchased for the high school students, and they have priority, and we are incredibly grateful that we can turn there. But there seems to be an issue regarding the continuation of the classes through the Santa Clara Adult Education. So we are here to have the board reconsider and review the situation of what's the problem with us turning at the high school. Because we love it and we want to continue doing it. And it's like, the reason I'm speaking is because one of the projects that the American Association of Woodturners do is through the Women in Turning, we turn wig stands for usually women with cancer, and it's a way of giving back to the community. And we even have had fundraising opportunities for the high school, and this year we have given the high school, I know that I handed the principal a check for over $1,200. So we also want to contribute to if there's anything that needs to be purchased because we've been using it. So I just wanted to bring the issue to the front that right now we cannot take classes anymore, and we would love it if you could study the situation and hopefully remedy it, because we certainly would love to continue. And so you know that we do. This is a cosmic platter that I did in one of the classes. 2 years ago, this would have been, you would look at it, you're like, I can't believe it, and yet I did. So thank you very much.
Sherry Hansen.
There we go. Thanks for your time. I happened to run into this opportunity to take classes by, I have a small business in Santa Clara running a tree service. And so I heard that the high school kids and some other classes needed the wood for that, so I've brought many of our local trees that would have gone to the landfill or something over to the classes for the high school and also for ours that have been now canceled. And I just wanted to say how therapeutic I think it's been for all of us. There's many that couldn't come but are supporting us, where our classes have been canceled. And we're just willing to do whatever it takes to get that back on the agenda. And I think it's great for the community. It's great for just mental health, for landfills getting less filled up. There's many things that this helps with. So just wanted that to be for consideration. Thank you.
John?
Hi, my name is John Figuera. I've been a resident of Santa Clara for 65 years. My father was president of the Sister City Club for Santa Clara for over 20 years. And this year at the Parade of Champions, we were walking down Franklin Street and there was a booth, and it was the Santa Clara Adult Education Woodturners Club, and they had a bunch of bowls and pins, and we thought, wow, this is pretty fascinating. So my wife and I signed up for a pin turning class in December. We completed that class, and then we also signed up for a bowl turning class, and we just completed that in the beginning of April. Mr. Ray, who we met that weekend in October at the parade, he is a wonderful educator and teacher. What he's brought to the community is priceless, and we would love to see this continue. This is the pen that I made. It's out of black walnut. I didn't bring my bowl, but it's a fantastic program, and anybody that would love to get involved with it, it's a great thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Next three speakers, Patricia Weir, Mitch Posey, and Ray Hari.
And my name is Patricia Weir. I'm I take classes at the Buxer Middle School for the other wood shop, and there's no lathe instruction there. The only instruction that I know in the area was with the high school, and now those classes for some reason got canceled. So anyway, I would like to see those classes resume. I mean, there are lathes at the Buxer wood shop, but they're nothing like what's available at the high school. And then there's no instructor over at Buxer for that. So thank you.
So my name is Mitch Posey. I'm the construction teacher at Santa Clara High School. Hi, Andy. We've gotten wood from Andy to do work with Ray's program. I started teaching at Santa Clara High School about 10 years ago, a decade ago. And when I got there, I have laryngitis, so excuse me. But when I got there, I remember looking up at the sky and the blue and seeing like an archangel come down. And it was this guy right here behind me. And he since that day, he has been a volunteer for 10 years. He hasn't been paid until he got into adult education. How long ago was that?
2 years.
2 years ago. So he didn't make a penny. He showed up every single day. He's helped me with my safety program, which is the most important to me, because I don't want any injuries with the kids. You have these little tiny hands and fingers, and it's a lot of responsibility. He helps with that. We get through all that. Takes about 5 to 6 weeks. And then he teaches them how to use the lathes, how to make bowls, He runs the CNC machines there. What's the laser? Laser, yeah, that's the next thing that he's going to teach. Ray is one of the smartest, most talented, caring people I've ever known in my life. I didn't tell him. He did. But no, he really is, and he'll always be my friend, a very close friend. He has developed a program at Santa Clara High School there that these kids are involved in, and they've been involved since I've been there. And so they get to experience all that stuff that he teaches, along with what I teach, right? I teach them how to build houses and other things. So, but he is, you could not do a better job than he does. The kids love him. The adult education people love him.
I need you to finish your sentence because you're out of time.
God, I know. That's fast. But anyway, it would be an absolute tragedy to lose him from the district because he cares about the kids as much as I do.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. So I stood here at the same podium in 2019, but at that time, I had a lot more black hair, and I was a little bit more handsome. Now, I'm here 7 years later. At that time, I came with 3 other guys. We all started volunteering at this wood shop. We built part of the wood shop, and A301 room, which became a lathe room later, we put all our soul into it. Now, what we teach at the school for the kids, no other school is teaching anywhere. And we have seen how wood shops in Peterson and other places, they don't have the teachers to teach, and they are all shutting down. And we are the only ones. And that's thanks to Ms. Posey, and also thanks to Shelby and the school, because they give a lot of support for me and for Mitch. But when it comes to funding, I think we have to go through a lot of different funds to get it going. And here's a chart which I brought to show how the Bruin Woodshop works. We have CTE funding coming in, which is about $500,000, okay? Adulted wood turning has brought in close to $120,000 in the last 2 years, okay? Bruin Country wood turners and the previous Silicon Valley wood turners, we used to bring almost $1,500 every year. And so the adulted, the revenue for the school district from adulted is more than 10% of the CTE budget. And everything is spent right there for the kids' sake. And if we stop this program for the adults coming in there, okay, if you look at this thing, the 3-letter thing, it will be only one, it will be standing on one leg. And that's, the kids' program is going to be affected by that. So that's what we want to continue there. Moving that program somewhere else is not going to help the kids.
Thank you. The next 3 speakers are Victor Ward, Lynn Villarreal, and Ursula Iyer.
Good evening, Board and Superintendent. My name is Victor Ward. My company has a few products that I want to introduce one of them today. And it's called Real Time, and it is a video yearbook, which allows students and teachers to upload their own videos and their own memories. And it works off the principle that if a picture is worth 1,000 words, a 1-minute video is worth about 2,000 pictures. Now, this is not to replace the traditional yearbook, but to supplement the traditional yearbook, because the yearbook staff, students, and teachers are working hard to produce a yearbook in the year 2025 using tools from the year 1955. And to represent 1955, I have a few things. I have a transistor radio. I used to listen to I'm from Southern California. I used to listen to all my Laker games. I am no longer a Laker fan, but where's Lynn? I am still a Dodger fan. Thank you very much. We're the defending world champions. Thank you very much. Second, I have a old Polaroid camera. This is old even for me. I remember the one where the picture came out the front. This is the one where the picture comes out the side. And of course, the relic of relics, the rotary phone. Of course, I had to pick all these up off of eBay. So, of course, technology has brought us past these, but we're still using the same old yearbook. And the yearbook, it's great, but it doesn't allow you to relive those moments. I'm positive there are arts, athletics, theater, music, where the students and the staff would love to relive those moments, not just see a small little picture. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
I was going to help him carry his stuff, but he's a Dodgers fan. So I just wanted to take a few minutes. I obviously only have 2 minutes to say thank you to all of you. My work here at Santa Clara was truly a blessing. And while I appreciate that you recognize me here tonight, I'm not alone in being people who are dedicated and truly, truly care about what's best for our students and for our staff. All of you here represent that. Dr. Waddell, I appreciated working with you so much. And I'm sure that that legacy of carrying the commitment and caring by CSA will be carried on by future people. I also want to express my deep upset that the Giants are in first place right now. They're tied with San Diego, and they are ahead of the Dodgers. And that now that the Giants are doing so very well, I can no longer include it as part of my report, but I'm including it as part of my report tonight. And I can't believe, I don't know if you knew that JT Snow is my favorite Giants player ever, but I'm just, thank you so much. And I wish everybody here a wonderful rest of the school year and a great future. Thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, my throat is a bit of a problem. Hi, my name is Ursula Iyer, and I've come in to speak on behalf of the wood turning classes that seem to be, at least for now, on hold, and I'm hoping you would reconsider. I do come all the way from South San Jose, and it is a long drive, but it's absolutely worth it because multiple things. We don't have those classes where we're in the area that I'm at. The classes that are held here and the community that I have come across, it's been so out of this world. The pleasure I get from being here, the value that I get, I am valued, and that is primary to me. I don't get the same when I volunteer. I do volunteer at my school. I do volunteer at the election offices. So I do a lot of volunteer work as well. But it's not the same thing. And these classes, and I've attended other classes, other adult education classes, and it's not been the same experience. So I don't know, maybe it's the coming together of creativity, of feeling valued. It just is such, the feeling is, it just cannot be expressed. And I would love to continue being in that environment because I feel valued, I feel appreciated, I feel I'm part of something big. So please do reconsider and let these classes go on. Thank you.
Okay, our next 3 speakers are Diane Figuera. I'm sorry, I'm butchering your name. I'm sorry. David Del Grand and Lori Civical.
Fine. It's on. Thank you. Thanks for your time. I'm Diane Figuera, and I just started, you heard my husband earlier, so you know a little bit that we just stumbled upon this um, adult education wood turning classes. And so, yeah, we've had so much fun, you know, like Ursula, I too have volunteered other places. I'm sure you've heard of the Santa Clara Vanguard, and I volunteered and went on tour with them and cooked for them. And now I'm part of the Women in Turning, and we volunteer our time making these wig stands for ill, mostly women. So we collectively make around the nation, we collectively make these wig stands, and then we'll send them off when we get X amount, and then they'll ship them out to the needy women. So it's a lot of fun. I've made a lot of new friends that, yeah, just fast new friends, and just feeling like we've known each other for, it's just not a weird, you know, when you first meet somebody, you might be a little shy, but I never felt like that. Mr. Ray is an excellent teacher, so much patience, so kind. We have so much fun. You know, I've got a cute picture of him with a red wig on, you know, for our wig stands, and we just have fun, and we're learning. And for me, that's really important because I'm getting older, right? I'm 64 now, and I got to keep my brain working so I don't lose it. But yeah, please consider continuing these classes for us. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I have one more slip from Rajashri. Oh, yeah. I don't know if they're.
Good evening,
They weren't
everyone.
up there, so I didn't-
Thank you so much for your time. And I'm here to support the wood turning classes uh, at Santa Clara High. And it's been a great experience, and not only for the kids, they learn a lot, and the adults, especially, it's a very therapeutic experience. You know, the mental health, it helps, and people have so much fun. I have attended picnic, I have attended all these get-togethers. It's beautiful experience. Not only we are learning all these to make balls, all this creative side, we are able to explore all different things. But I also able to get together and enjoy with like a community. We get together and enjoy. And the kids, I have seen the kids, they have learned so much. A lot of safety, the teacher emphasizes a lot, and the kids enjoy. And when they make a pen, also they go and sell some of the pens, and they have such a great a feeling that they were able to make a pen and sell it for their parents, and able to give a gift for their parents. And I have seen a lot of those things, and I hope you guys, all of you, reconsider continuing these classes. It will be very much appreciated by everyone. And we have amazing teacher, and thank you so much for Mr. Shelby's support and all the teachers. And it's been an honor to work with these team members. In fact, we were having so much fun outside, waiting for the opportunity to talk and meet you guys. Okay, thank you so much. I hope you can reconsider.
Thank you. Are David and Lori here? Okay, is David here? They both left? Okay. Those are the last of my slips. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Is there anyone on the Zoom?
Okay. For members of the public attending through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands were raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen similar to the one we have in the boardroom to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute. And our first commenter is Ashutosh, and you should be prompted to unmute now.
Dear board members, Superintendent, I'm requesting you to consider the requirement of doctor's note to excuse student absences, and particularly as it is enforced at Millikan Elementary School. To share a bit of context, when my older daughter got sick, I decided to take her to the doctor. She was diagnosed with flu. I provided that note to the school. Then when my second daughter became ill with something similar, I reached out to the school asking if they could waive this requirement. It took a considerable amount of time, including an email from the extended care program confirming her illness, just to ensure the absence would be excused. This level of scrutiny goes far beyond what California Education Code mandates. The law does not require that schools demand doctor's note to excuse an illness-related absence. Yet at Millikan, even a single day of absence can trigger this demand in certain situations. And for absences beyond 2 days, a note is automatically required. Worse, the school's handbook goes far as beyond as asking doctors to certify the exact start date of illness, which is both excessive and not the purpose of the law. These policies in place create unnecessary barriers for the families. A doctor's visit requires both time and money, and these decisions should be left to parents and not dictated by the school policy. And if the school is going to enforce such a policy that is above and beyond the law, why not reimburse parents for it? The situation becomes even more complicated when we compare it to San Francisco Unified School District, where a parent note is sufficient to excuse an illness-related absence, which I believe is a more reasonable and balanced approach. If Santa Francisco USD can trust parents, why not SCUSD? In conclusion, I urge the board to align its policy with the state law and allow parents to use their best judgment when it comes to managing their child's health. And let's remove this unnecessary doctor's note requirement. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next commenter is Crashman Randall.
Are you there?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yes, good evening. I'm multitasking right now. I'm on duty as a supervisor for the Sheriff's Department of the Transit Patrol. I'm over at Levi Stadium watching my daughter's team play, although I can't coach because I'm in uniform. And then I'm also a parent of a child who's going to the McDonald High School. I wanted to just voice my quick opinion. I am one of those parents that are very passionate about our program, and it's in reference to the after-school athletics proposal about kids opting out for credit into after-school sports versus having an in-class PE.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this is an item on our agenda later, and so we're currently in the unagendized comments. So we're going to ask for you to hold your comment until we get to that agenda item when our board president calls on public comment for that item. Okay, and our next commenter for unagendized comments is Bruin Country Woodturners.
Hi, my name is Christelle Marfet-Smith, and I'm calling from the airport. I'm just coming back from a business trip that was very important for me to contribute. This is very emotional for me because I'm here for the classes that Mr. Ray is providing, the wood turning classes that Mr. Ray is providing to the community. And I'm begging you to continue those classes, and I'll give you 3 reasons. The first one is I was born in France, like as you can probably tell from my accent. And I've done 2 lessons in France, and I've never found a program like the program that Mr. Ray is providing to the community anywhere in France or anywhere in California. There's nowhere in a radius of at least, I've looked for 100 miles of a club, of a program which provides such a great quality classes. The second one is that the way Mr. Ray has been teaching those classes has brought, and I think you've heard that from many other people, the community together. But not only that, it has brought generations together. That's the only class, and thanks to Mr. Ray, where I was able to bring my son, who's 26 and I'm 56, where, the way Mr. Ray teaches was able to interest me, a 56 years old woman, and my son with 26. So bringing back not only the community, but also the generation together. And lastly, I think he has such he's an amazing wood turner. And, I'll use a French word, the savoir-faire that you might have. It's the know-how that he brings to the community for the classes is also why I'm begging you to keep the classes. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you for your comment. And President Lieberman, that was the last one.
Thank you, Mr. Rico.
So
Trustee Canova?
This is unagendized, obviously, but so we can't respond to it directly, but we can look to staff. So I'm looking to our superintendent, and could you tell us, not to my knowledge, this is not a decision the board has made.
Ms. Knavel, would you like to?
So this is a very complicated situation. There have been wood turning classes going on in the evening at Santa Clara High School. It was brought to staff's attention that there were some questionable funding coming out of Santa Clara High School's bookkeeping. And in looking into it, our CTE coordinator looked into everything and found out that some of the items that were being purchased were being used in the adult ed classrooms in the evening. That caused another issue for us to look at because our Perkins grant and our CTE funding cannot be intermingled at all and cannot be used outside of K-12. And that's the equipment, some of the equipment that they are using. For instance, some of the lathes were purchased with the CTE funding. We do have the wood shop over at Bookser. And we would like to, I've spent time talking with Mr. Hari, and I did tell him the reason why everyone loves the class is because of the teacher. And so that we are looking forward to recreating a similar situation up over at our adult ed wood shop. I think some of the feelings that you're hearing is the connection with Santa Clara High School. So we need to work together on that as well as far as the fundraising. Mr. Hari volunteers all day at Santa Clara High. The other folks I was told do not volunteer, are not volunteer, scheduled into our volunteer process, but Mr. Hari is, and he does help with the kids. But there hasn't been, to my understanding, any crossover between the students and the other adults, which is good since we have a volunteer policy. But we look forward to working together. I've been working closely with Principal Carrie Casto in trying to figure out how we beef up the Bookser wood shop. Because of course our CTE funds can provide quite up-to-date equipment, which I know are not at the Bookser wood shop right now. So that's our plan going forward, is to bring everyone together. I know that Mr. Hari has a meeting scheduled with Principal Casto to start, and the supervisor over at the program, to start thinking about how we can beef up that program and make sure that they have a great environment over there as well, with Mr. Hari as the teacher, since he is, obviously you've heard tonight how special he is in really bringing the community together.
Thank you, Dr. Knavel, sorry. Trustee Muirhead?
Well, partly I wanted to ask that same question. So, so thank you, Trustee Canova, for asking it. And the other one was we'd also gotten an email from the parent who spoke about the illnesses. And I just wanted to make sure that school that parent is at is being consistent with our district policies. And if we are not following ed code,
We'll ask Ms. Carrillo to reach out to the parent, follow up.
And if you could get back to us, that would be great. Thank you.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, unfortunately, with unagendized, we can't really discuss to any extent. But one of the things we can do is request that this item come back as an agenda item so that discussion can take place. I think there's a lot of nuance here that it's difficult to absorb with the process we've had today. So I'd like to see it come back. I'd like to request the board president put on the agenda for the next meeting. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. Okay, we're going to move now to our consent items, human resources.
Move to approve consent items for human resources.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion from trustee Muirhead, a second from trustee Ryan. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. Consent items I-2 through I-25.
Second, Rotterman.
A motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Student trustee Brown? That passes 7-0 with student trustee Brown also voting yes. Item J1, resolution number 2532, affirming May 7th, 2025 as National School Nurse Day.
Second, Muirhead.
A motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student trustee Brown? And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Brown also voting yes. Resolution 2533, affirming April 29th, 2025 as National Fentanyl Awareness Day.
Ryan. Second, Muirhead.
A motion and a second. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student trustee Brown? And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Brown also voting yes. Resolution 2534, affirming May 14th, 2025 as Day of the Teacher.
Second, Muirhead.
We have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova? Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student trustee Brown? And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Brown also voting yes. Resolution 2535, affirming May 18th through May 24th, 2025 as Classified School Employee Week.
So moved.
Approve, Rotterman.
Second, Ryan.
We have a motion from trustee Rotterman and a second to trustee Ryan. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student trustee Brown? And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Brown also voting yes. Resolution 2536, affirming May 2nd, 2025 as School Lunch Hero Day.
So
Second,
moved.
Muirhead.
I have a motion from trustee Canova and second from trustee Muirhead. Trustee Canova?
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild?
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead?
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yes.
Trustee Ryan?
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe?
Yes.
Student trustee Brown? I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with student trustee Brown also voting yes. Item K1, the appointment of the principal at Brawley Elementary School, Dr. Gonzalez.
Move to approve, Fairchild.
Second, Muirhead.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Brown, Dr. Waddell, and Ms. Burrell. It is my pleasure to introduce Teresa Smith. We are pleased to welcome Teresa Smith to Santa Clara Unified School District. With over 20 years of administrative experience, Teresa has served as a principal at multiple elementary schools and as a director of human resources in Alum Rock School District. Her leadership has been marked by a commitment to student achievement, social emotional learning, and strong community partnerships. Teresa holds a Master of Arts in Educational Administration and a bachelor's degree in Child Development from San Jose State University. She brings deep expertise in instructional leadership, labor relations, and school improvement, and is dedicated to fostering inclusive, high-performing school communities.
Thank you. I have a motion from trustee Fairchild and a second from trustee Muirhead. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. The appointment of principal at Briarwood Elementary School.
Ryan.
Second, Fairchild.
It is my pleasure to introduce Julie Haneta. We are excited to welcome Julie as principal of Briarwood Elementary School. Julie brings 15 years of administrative experience, having served as ELAP coordinator, elementary principal for 11 years, middle school assistant principal, new teacher project mentor, and elementary teacher. She has led school improvement efforts, supported staff development, and fostered strong community partnerships throughout her career. Julie holds a master's in educational administration from Santa Clara University and a Bachelor of Arts in Speech Communications from San Jose State. Julie is joining us from the Santa Clara County Office of Education, where she currently serves as the Coordinator of Personnel Services.
Thank you. I have a motion from trustee Ryan and a second from trustee Fairchild. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 7-0. Item K3, revised job description, Program Administrator, Early Learning.
Motion to approve, Fairchild.
Second, Rotterman.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. Item K4, new job description, Student Services Program Specialist.
Motion to approve, Rotterman.
Second, Ryan.
Motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye. All opposed? That passes 7-0. Action item L1, Resolution 2531, authorizing change order number 2 to the contract with Silicon Valley Paving Incorporated for the Briarwood Elementary School shade structure and paving project.
So moved. Muirhead.
Second, Rotterman.
A motion and a second. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Student Trustee Brown. And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Brown also voting yes. Item L2, Resolution 2537, authorizing a change order number 11 to the contract with Guerra Construction Group for the Wilcox High School Tennis Courts Project.
So moved.
Second, Fairchild.
I have a motion and a second. Trustee Canova. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Student Trustee Brown. And I vote yes. That passes 7-0 with Student Trustee Brown also voting yes.
I did have one question. I'm still going to say yes, but I wanted to get it in beforehand. How is this project? This is one that we approved out of MON funds, I believe. Anyway, there was quite a bit of conversation. How is this doing in terms of its budget? Are we over budget, under budget, approximately right? Right at, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, item M1, physical education and activity. Mr. Stam.
President Lieberman, I'd like to introduce this item. In August this year, we began conducting research on physical education, exploring the question of offering credit for student athletics. Over the course of this research, we considered our current board policy, which contains existing language from Ed Code that is permissive of the board granting these waivers. This team, led by Mr. Stam, began putting some drafts together. Mr. Stam and Secondary Director Baldwin took the lead and began working with teachers, parents, and students on these matters. Over the course of the year, the scope of what is being proposed was shaped and in some instances narrowed based on the feedback that we heard from those groups. Additionally, we decided that we would consider next year a pilot year and would hold staffing harmless. We know there are strong feelings on all sides of this issue, and while we do not normally bring administrative regulations to the full board for discussion, we also know there was a great deal of staff and community interest in this interpretation of board policy. So we wanted to bring this issue and proposal before you to seek direction before we move forward with implementation. We have received some additional questions that have prompted review, and this evening, Mr. Stam and Mr. Baldwin will share more of the details of the journey that led us to this point, as well as the particulars of the proposal. I will say that what we are presenting has been influenced by the concerns of staff, parents, and students to whom we owe a great debt of gratitude for their input at many input sessions. While we are not fully where any group wants us to be, we're trying to create an initial way to venture into this work so that we can engage in a journey of continuous improvement and continue to get better. There's, as I said, there's a great deal of community and staff interest in this item, so we wanted to bring this before the full board to seek your direction as we move forward with plans to implement this area that the state board provides local boards discretion in considering. I'll turn it over to Mr. Stam and Mr. Baldwin.
Thank you, Dr. Waddell. Good evening, President Lieberman, trustees, Student Trustee Brown, Ms. Burrell, Ms. Brown. Tonight, as Dr. Waddell stated, Matt Baldwin and I are going to present on the proposed design for a sports PE program. This is the structure for our presentation. We'll start with a description of what the program is, why we're bringing the proposal to the board this evening, and also quickly review the engagement process that has led up to tonight. Then we'll review the components of the proposed program, including the application, confirmation of completion, and answers to frequently asked questions, and then open it for questions and discussion. So first, let me start with what exactly is a sports PE program. It's designed to be an option through which students can earn PE course credit through participation in California Interscholastic Federation sports. This option provides greater schedule flexibility to student athletes and recognizes and rewards their investment. Students and parents have been advocating for this option, and most surrounding districts offer this option, albeit with varying parameters and eligibility criteria. The proposed design we are presenting tonight is the result of engagement with the high school PE teachers and input from parents and students. We'll go into more detail in a minute, but first I want to share the engagement process and timeline. This timeline lists the engagement sessions through which we developed the sports PE program design. As you can see, we held multiple sessions to get input from teachers, parents, and students. We also administered a survey of high school parents and students for additional input. After the first round of input, we created a draft program design that we shared in the second round with parents, students, and teachers for feedback. Finally, Dr. Waddell facilitated a meeting of teachers, student, and parent representatives to refine the proposal. Given the participation of constituencies which held a range of interests and priorities, the proposed program design is an artifact of compromise. Here's some information about the survey results. It was sent to Parent Square to all comprehensive high school students and their parents, but there was a low level of response, about 30 students and about 130 parents, most of them involved to some degree in after-school athletics. And the results were overwhelmingly supportive of a sports PE type program. Over 82% of students expressed interest in sports PE. Over 86% said they would have applied for such a program, would have applied for such a program since we surveyed 9th through 12th grade students. And over 73% of parents expressed support for a sports PE program. Over 82% said that their students would take or would have taken advantage of such a program had it been offered. A note about board authority in this matter. Under Education Code 51242 and as reflected in Board Policy 6142.7, the board already possesses the authority to implement a sports PE program and or to offer exemptions to students from PE, a second year of PE in high school. Given this reality, staff worked on developing an exhibit to the Associated Administrative Regulations 6142.7 to reflect the proposed sports PE program design, including eligibility criteria and completion confirmation form and process. This is done, as I mentioned on the last slide, with input from teachers, students, and parents. This is the language that we added to the administrative regulation to, in essence, codify the existence of the program. Given the fact that while the board authority has existed for multiple years, perhaps over 10 years, the program has not been instituted to this point. And adding language provides district staff with direction and parameters for implementation. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Baldwin to walk us through the eligibility requirements and
Good evening. So as we move towards the possibility of implementing the new sports PE program, I want to walk you through what it will look like for a high school student to be eligible to replace their second year of PE, what we call PE Course 2, with participation in a CIF sanctioned sport. Both slides 8 and 9 that I'm going to go over right now in the deck are a result of several meetings with our PE teachers, who are also some of our coaches and athletic directors. This is an example of their commitment to compromise despite the impact this change will have on themselves and their colleagues. The sports PE program will be available to student athletes in 10th and 11th grade. If a student meets all of the criteria, they can earn up to 10 PE credits total, 5 credits for each completed season of sport. These credits are awarded on a credit, no credit basis. Let's talk about the eligibility criteria. They're outlined in this slide. They're structured to ensure that students are not only active in athletics, but also engaged and responsible students. First, in 9th grade, students must participate in at least one CIF-sanctioned sport. This is something that we determined as a local requirement. It's not a state or CIF requirement. They must also pass at least 4 out of 5 components of the FitnessGram physical fitness test and maintain a GPA of 2.0 or higher and earn a grade of C or better in their 9th grade PE class. This is also something that we consider to be a local requirement. These benchmarks are designed to show that the student is on track academically and physically. Then in 10th and 11th grade, before starting and while participating in what we would call sports PE, a student must continue to maintain a 2.0 GPA, which we also consider to be a local requirement, have fewer than 3 unexcused absences per semester, again, a local requirement, and participate in at least 90% of practices and games, which we would consider to be a local requirement, although there are districts in California that require the same of their athletes. This structure supports student accountability and ensures that their experience in athletics truly mirrors the kind of rigor and commitment we expect from traditional PE courses. The goal here isn't just about flexibility and scheduling, it's about recognizing the value of student participation in athletics while still maintaining strong standards for physical education and student engagement. What am I pushing? Thank you. Now that we've covered how students can become eligible to earn PE credit through sports, let's talk about what happens once they're in the program and the expectations that they'll need to meet to stay in it. First and foremost, students must earn a roster spot on a CIF-sanctioned team. That means simply trying out isn't enough. Credit is only awarded to those who actually make the team and fully participate in the season. In alignment with California Education Code 51222, student athletes must also meet the same physical activity requirements as traditional PE students. That's a minimum of 400 minutes of physical activity every 10 school days. This ensures that students are engaging in a consistent level of movement and physical conditioning. It's also important to note that if a student is injured or unable to participate in at least 90% of practice and games, they will not receive credit for that season. This protects the integrity of the program and ensures the credit reflects meaningful participation. We also have a zero tolerance policy in place for any violations related to alcohol, tobacco, or drug use. Any infraction results in immediate removal from the sports PE program for that season. Finally, there is a firm timeline. All sports PE credits must be earned by the end of 11th grade. If a student hasn't completed the credits by then, whether due to injury, eligibility issues, or any other reason, they will need to enroll in Course 2 PE during their senior year in order to meet the graduation requirements. This slide really highlights that while sports PE offers flexibility and recognition for student athletes, it's built on accountability, structure, and high expectations, just like any other course that we offer.
There we go. So we know that any change has impacts and consequences. In this slide, we attempt to highlight some of the key impacts we anticipate. Students who participate will see increased flexibility in their schedules with more course-taking options, including PE or an elective. Students that might not have considered participating in athletics may consider it with this option. We believe that athletics participation is a good thing, not only because of the physical activity, but the many other benefits and growth opportunities that team participation offers. For the athletics program, it may see increased student participation and commitments. It also requires additional work on the part of coaches and athletic directors and counselors to administer the program. And finally, for PE programs, it has created an opportunity for increased alignment in curriculum and classroom practices across teachers and schools, and a fresh look at the design of high school PE courses. In our current plan for implementation, we're framing next year as a planning and transition year, with implementation beginning in the spring, with 9th grade students applying for sports PE in the spring of next year. This is a plan that takes a methodical approach, acknowledges the fact that student selection of classes for next year has already occurred, staffing for next year has already been allocated, and master schedules are being built as we speak. This plan also reflects the commitment by the district to keeping current high school PE teacher staffing levels intact next year, while next year's 9th graders go through the application process. And we can take into account the number of students who will be in sports PE as we do scheduling and staffing for the 2026-2027 school year. We recognize that this approach may be a disappointment to some, including current 9th grade students, but we realize that we have to start somewhere. And we want to do it in a planful manner. In addition, Mr. Baldwin will be working with the high school PE teachers to evaluate and compact key standards in the curriculum, create a new scope and sequence, create common assessments, evaluate and align grading practices, and align expectations for makeup work and participation in PE classes. This represents positive intent and commitment on the part of high school PE teachers to create consistency and transparency across classrooms and schools that will go a long ways towards addressing some concerns that have been expressed. We will also use next year to do program refinements, train coaches, train athletic directors, counselors, and site administrators to ensure a smooth launch of the sports PE program. And of course, adjust in the future as we learn from experience. And that concludes the presentation.
Thank you. We will now do a round of board question. Trustee Fairchild, do you want to do 2 rounds? Okay. Okay, we'll do 2 rounds of board comments and questions, and then we'll go out to public comment. Who would like to go first? Anyone? Okay. Trustee Ryan and then Trustee Fairchild.
I'm going to be pretty direct on this. The board adopted policy 6142.7, physical education and activity, 11 years ago tonight, April 24th, 2014. And I was very disappointed to learn earlier this school year that this board adopted policy has not been implemented in 11 years. We need to make this right for our students tonight. I'll say first that the elements of the proposed AR revisions do not align with the board's clear direction in policy 6142.7 that students can receive an exemption from PE if the student is in high school and is engaged in a regular school-sponsored interscholastic program carried out on wholly or partially after school regular hours. That's it. That's what the policy says. That's the policy, and I apologize to the students who have graduated in the last 10 years who were not offered this opportunity to benefit from this policy. We need to commit to ensuring tonight that the board policy is immediately followed, so any of our current students, that's grades 9 through 12, who could benefit from this policy are given that opportunity this academic year and next. And while the proposed AR revisions do not capture the board's clear direction, the attached draft sports PE application and supporting documents stray very far from the board's adopted policy and very far from almost every example I've been able to find in other districts. I sent over a dozen very specific questions to staff yesterday about most of those requirements in the draft sports PE application and supporting documents. I've heard from parents that most, if not all, of those requirements were not part of any of the informational meetings the district held for parents and students. And I note from the timeline that there were 6 teacher-only sessions, but only 1 parent-only session and only 1 student-only session. So we really need to make sure that we balance that when we're going out for feedback. Students need to be given the opportunity to speak freely on their own. Over the last week, I've also had the chance to look at what Ed Code requires, what it allows, and what other districts in the state are doing. California Ed Code 51242 specifically allows districts to exempt any 4-year or senior high school pupil from attending courses of physical education if the pupil is engaged in a regular school-sponsored interscholastic athletic program carried on wholly or partially after regular school hours. And that is, can I just finish this little bit? And that is precisely what our board policy also offers to eligible students. So we need to be doing that today for all of our students. This was passed 11 years ago. That includes not only the current 9th graders, but also students in grade 10 to 12 if they are missing PE credits, but they have played at least one season of a CIF sport. And just let me clarify, an exemption means that a student who is eligible would have a reduction in the number of PE courses or credits required for graduation, but not the total number of credits needed for graduation. So the student would still need to meet the total number of credits needed for graduation, but they would have their PE, the number that had to be in PE reduced. And I'll save my other questions for later.
Thank you. Trustee Fairchild.
Thank you, President Lieberman. I'm going to pass this along, and then can you put it up on the screen so the audience can see? And I apologize, sometimes I get out of breath. It's worse when I wear a mask. When I saw the exhibits and I went back to the policy, I was very confused. And so I actually contacted the CDE because everyone was saying different things. And even as you looked at what different school districts were doing, they were interpreting it, differently. So these are all links. I got in contact with the person who's in charge of PE at the CDE. And we had a great conversation this morning. After our conversation, I sent you guys a bunch of links. She reviewed some of the stuff, and we have some problems. So I can send this document to anyone who wants it. First off, you used to be able to get exempted from PE just by passing the fitness gram. Sorry, it's no longer available. The second thing is if you go to the highlighted portion on the second page in the middle, this is what Dr. Ryan quoted. And I want to point out something that was pointed out to me, is that when I was talking to Linda, is that it says any pupil can be exempted. That's what it says. Any grade, any sport, any student. It doesn't qualify it. It doesn't have prerequisites. It says any if you're in a CIF sport. Can we go to the next page? At the bottom, that just goes highlighted. This is a function of the governing board. Okay. Can I just have my second round? 2 minutes.
I'd like to see her do that.
Okay.
We'll give her an out-of-breath
Out of breath accommodation. I really apologize. It's worse when I wear a mask, which is why, okay. So one of the things it also says, if we go down to the next highlighted section, is why it's called an exemption. And again, I received this all from the CDE because I had a question about our alignment. And it said, when we join with CIF, we are bound by their rules. They're the rules we follow, okay? The purpose of section, if the next sentence that I have highlighted, is to exempt a pupil from courses in physical education because he or she is participating in a substitute physical education program. It's an exemption, it's not a credit. Okay, and that was made very clear to me over and over again. Now, one of the things that Linda had a significant issue with was all of our prerequisites. And she said, you can't have a CIF team at your high school that has some students who get to be exempted from PE and others who do not. You can't say, oh, that student got a C- in PE in 9th grade, so they're not eligible. And then for the exemption, even though they're on the same CIF team as someone who got a C. You cannot say that that student can't get the exemption because they're in 9th grade, but that student can because they're in 10th. She said that's called discrimination. Age, grade, all of that. So that was interesting to me. So that, if you go down to the next, this was under general provisions of any, this was another thing that she sent to me, go to the next highlighted section. She said, if a prerequisite is not essential to the success in a given course or program, this again is law, it shall be abolished as a prerequisite.
Thank you, Trustee Fairchild.
Okay.
We'll have you come back in the second round. Can I ask, did any of this work go through this? I mean, this seems like kind of a big miss. Can someone speak to that? Pretty please? Did we check with CDE? I'm baffled by what Trustee Fairchild just presented.
Most of the language that was written is in our existing board policy already. So this was like all the exemption authority is in our existing board policy.
But I don't see anything about I mean, this is pretty specific about CIF and the rules regarding discrimination and having all of these extra requirements for participation that are in our exhibit don't seem to be aligned with CDE at all. I mean, it would seem that if we pass what's presented to us tonight, it's in direct violation with CDE guidelines. So I'm confused. Can someone speak to that?
There's 17 eligibility requirements on the draft form that we were given.
Well, I guess my question is, did we submit any of this to CDE to have them review it?
No, we did not.
Well,
No, we don't.
but it's not in line with requirements of CDE.
Given what we've learned tonight from what Trustee Fairchild shared from CDE, and that we need to go back and we need to examine each one of the eligibility requirements through that lens.
So I just want to clarify, because the one requirement is that we are bound by CIF regulations. We comply with those CIF regulations, and that is the determinant for if we exemption. Now, we can't just blanket exempt. This is something that the student has to apply for the exemption. It has to come to the board. We approve the exemption. I also passed out the letter explaining that from the CDE, but again, it was just because I was reading our board policy that kept saying exemption, and this exhibit kept saying credit, and it didn't match, and I couldn't figure out the miss there. And the thing is that what she said over and over again, we can only give exemptions for CIF sports. We cannot give credits. And then as she looked further at our exhibit, it was like, wow, any means any. Any student means any student.
Yeah, so there's obviously an issue here because dozens of districts across the state are giving credit for this type of sports PE program. So there is definitely a disconnect between CDE and school districts across the state. And maybe this is coming to a head. Maybe this is going to be something where the districts that already have these sports PE programs in place are going to get some kind of a letter from CTE telling them to cease and desist and to use language that's in ed code. But we are basically building off of examples from surrounding districts, which was the initial impetus on the part of parents and others saying, District X is doing this, District Y is doing this, why can't we do that? Versus why don't we exercise the existing authority within our board policy? That was not the sort of the direction that we were initially given.
And I would add, I think that, so we acknowledge that the board policy was permissive of this, and we've really tried to work with staff and parents and students to kind of thread the needle. And perhaps I've asked Council Brown if she would look into this issue today, so I don't know if she has information to share as well. And we are certainly happy to take a different approach. That's why we brought this for board direction this evening, so that we can move forward with implementation. President Lieberman, would you like council to speak?
Yes, please.
What I have observed is that there is a permissive statute that permits an exemption. I have not had an opportunity to look at all of the materials that were gathered on this matter, particularly those from CDE. I could take a look at it if that's the direction. But there is a discretionary opportunity for the board for the exemption, and that part I can tell from looking at the code. But the details of how you exercise that and the relationship with CIF and the integration of those rules, I have not looked at.
So it would seem that as this is presented, we can't give credit. We can only exempt from the requirement. So as it's presented in this format, it would be in violation of the CDE, because the way the policy, the AR as it's written right now gives credit for CIF sports, which we cannot do, is what I'm gleaning from this, right? Is that right,
Yeah, I
Trustee
was reading-
Fairchild?
So part of the issue with that was talked, sorry, she was just asking me. When we talked about it, it was so many of the CIF sports are coached by people who are not credentialed teachers. That's why the credit issue is a big issue, because so that's why they do the exemption.
Okay.
Okay, so.
So the way this is written is credit, not exemption.
Right.
But I just want to draw the board's attention to another clause in the board policy that says the board shall approve the courses in grades 9 through 12 for which physical education credit may be granted. So what I'm assuming is that school boards have used that clause of the board policy to create credit-bearing courses called sports PE that have a credentialed teacher, a la an athletic director, signing off on it. And that's the mechanism by which they have been able to award credit for these types of programs. And if those two aspects of education code are in conflict with each other, that is an issue for attorneys.
Well, we actually talked about that because, sorry, it was a long conversation, because I was generally just confused. And I because of the conflict, and she said, you actually can't have a different person as a teacher of record than is the teacher of the sport. You can't do that and give that person credit. If we're going to give credit, if we're going to give credit for someone in a class, we want a credentialed teacher. That's how we get credit with those credentialed teachers. And so she says she knows that happens. I don't want to I want you guys to talk to her. I sent you all of her contact information, but it's not something that it happens, but it shouldn't.
So if you take that down a path, then if a student has been receiving credit from a teacher who was the teacher of record, but not the actual instructor,
I don't want to even go there.
does that mean those students didn't get valid credits?
I don't even want to go there.
I can't, I
not this
know
item.
it's not this item. However, it raises a concern.
Lonnie?
Andy?
Thank you. So I want to be a little careful because we have a tendency to sometimes beat up staff. That's not our intent. I know there was a lot of legitimate, difficult work that went into creating this set of proposals. I know that through policy committee, it went back a couple of times, took consideration for some very legitimate concerns that our teaching staff had. However, unfortunately, statute obliterates all of that. So what I'd really like to see us do is have you take this policy as you have it, go back to CDE. It looks like Trustee Fairchild had some excellent advice from them. After that's done, go ahead and run it by our own council to make sure that CDE is considering everything, because sometimes they may have tunnel vision. And as much as I hate to suggest this, bring it back to us, because I think right now there's a great deal of speculation going on as to what can happen. And I don't think that's the way we should be making any decisions. I'd like to have something that is clear and we fully understand what we're doing and then make the decisions. I'd like it to be as permissive as possible, but let's see what the CDE and the legal team come back with. That would be my recommendation, President Lieberman. I
Thank
don't know
you,
if we need
Trustee
a motion or you could just do it by executive fief.
Executive fief.
What should we hear from maybe we hear from the people before we
Hold
take
on.
any actions?
So I've got a stack of public comment, and I'm wondering if we go through that exercise over a policy that is, we can't use anyway.
They're here. I wanna hear 'em.
But I'd like to have Dr. Waddell. What's your recommendation here?
Well,
So
I have a motion I'd like to make, but I
Oh,
want to hear
okay.
first, so I won't, yeah.
Okay, so let's have Dr. Waddell comment, and then we'll go out for public comment and then come back to the board.
So I would just say this process has been one of contemplating the application of this policy that hadn't been applied in this district before, and considering the perspectives of both teachers, parents, and students. And we are certainly amenable to different ways of cracking that nut and approaching this. And certainly there are simpler ways than the one that we've come up with. We can do that. We can certainly have conversation, not only with that person, but I'd like to have conversation with higher up people at CDE as well that understand perhaps the complexity of and district authority on matters as well. So we can certainly do that and then move forward. as the board directs.
Can we expedite that process? Because I would like to see this come back before the end of the school year. Because this is, teachers have been put through the ringer, parents have been put through the ringer, students have been put through the, this needs to get put to bed. We need to make a decision, we need to implement it, and we need to move on. So if we could please get this moving and bring it back to the board in May. But I want, Trustee Ryan has a motion to make, as she said, but let's hear from the public and then we will come back to the board. So I'm not going to reread the civility policy. Everybody heard it with unagendized. So I'm going to call up 3 people at a time. You can line up behind the podium. If the light is on, the mic is on, you'll have 2 minutes and the timer is up there. So I have Connor Tibbs, Shannon Tubbs, and Zoe Nesvasil.
Hello? Okay. Trustees, my name is Connor Tubbs. I'm a 9th grader at Santa Clara High School and an athlete. At the start of my freshman year, my PE teachers gathered my class in our big gym to ask who wanted to sign up for sports. At the time, I didn't really have any sports in mind, but I knew I wanted to play something. I decided to try water polo, a no-cut sport I'd never played before. I met the coach after school and knew immediately I wanted to be part of this team. The sport grew on me fast. I put in a lot of work, about 10 hours a week, plus several weekends, and had a lot of fun playing. I found a new sport that I love and exceeded the yearly high school physical education requirements in this one season. I really enjoyed playing so much that I'm going to join the sport next year too. I would love to have time in my schedule to take a few more classes at Santa Clara High School in place of the redundant PE classes. I could expand my experiences with classes such as culinary or woodworking, which I might not be able to fit in with all the other classes required to graduate. I should not have to take an extra PE class when I'm already being physically active day in and day out. Other districts already count sports participation as PE credit. Why should our district ignore the time, skill, and effort that we as high school athletes put into our sports? We deserve to benefit from this policy. I believe that my class, the class of 2028, should benefit from the policy proposed by this board to allow participation in high school sports to count for my PE graduation requirement. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, trustees. My name is Shannon Tubbs, and I have 2 children in this district. One is a 7th grader, and the other one you just heard from. I was excited at the Santa Clara High School orientation to find out about all the amazing classes that the school offered. But once we learned how many classes are required for most colleges, I realized that my kids won't have the chance to take many classes that they choose from. All the time slots are filled with required classes. My freshman son worked extremely hard playing water polo every day after school and some weekends for the fall season. He loved it and wants to play next year too. He had no water polo experience before this season, but had a spot on the team since it's a no-cut sport. I think the point of PE classes is to ensure kids stay physically fit. Water polo, like most of the other sports offered, has very strenuous practices and games, significantly more than he would have had at the PE classes. I would love to see my freshmen and other athletes be able to replace PE class with after-school sports and have the opportunity to add another class that interests him in the schedule. I urge the board to allow the PE exemption for high school to include all current high school students. Thank you.
Trustees, Superintendent Waddell. My name is Zoe. I'm a freshman student athlete at Santa Clara High School. Tonight, I want to advocate for all eligible students to get PE credit for their participation in CIF sports. This policy has been long overdue and will allow student athletes the chance to have more say in their academic class schedules. As student athletes, we push ourselves. We commit hours to skill building, practice, and competition. Our PE teachers would back us up that student athletes already embody the characteristics that they teach in PE. Requiring a second year of PE to graduate is no different than assigning busy work that provides us with no real value for our time invested. I did the math. A PE class is 170 hours of class time. In my varsity high school soccer season, I spent 192 hours in practice and games. Our time is precious and we should be respected. This is the right thing to do, but I'm asking you that you not leave the class of 2028 out. The district administration wants to exclude us from this policy, claiming that it's too late in the year and it's too much work to figure out how to roll this out for us. As a student athlete, we don't run away from our hard work and we find ways to do things better. I'm confident that this group of experienced administrators can find a way to include us in this policy. Plus, what my classmates choose to do will give you information about how future classes, plus what my classmates choose to do will give you information about future classes and how they choose to opt into this policy. More kids in sports is good. More student athletes challenging themselves is good. More choice in our academic journeys is good. This is a win-win-win. Please include the class of 2028 in this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next three speakers, Kimberly Williams, Zani Nevaskal, and Peter. I'm sorry, I can't read your last name. Oh, thank you. President Lieberman, trustees, and Superintendent Waddell, I am the proud parent of a freshman student athlete at Santa Clara High School. Students first. Students are at our core. These are the things I have heard individuals who represent this esteemed body say, and tonight is your chance to put those values into practice. Student athletes have been disadvantaged in this district for over 10 years, waiting for this policy to allow them to count the long hours that they put in at their chosen sport or sports towards their PE graduation requirement. These student athletes deserve to know that their effort and time is valued. You can do that by giving them the opportunity to take other classes instead of PE, which for many students is redundant. These student athletes are already fostering a lifelong love of physical activity through sports. To be clear, for some students, they will choose to stick with the second year of PE, but for others, the flexibility will be invaluable to them. This policy might allow for schedule relief by not having to take 7 periods or to take a new elective or to challenge themselves with an honors or AP course that they maybe didn't think they could fit in before. But I don't need to convince you of the merits of this policy. This is about who gets to benefit. So including the class of 2028 in this policy next year may not look perfect. And there may not be unlimited seats in all elective or honors courses, and maybe some students are not approved for a 7th period. But the class of 2028, those kids over there, would happily take the imperfections of rolling out this policy for them next year as an acceptable trade-off for the increased academic flexibility that will follow them for the remaining 3 years of their high school careers. Please include the class of 2028 students
in the implementation of this policy and give them the voice and choice that they have earned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Lieberman, trustees, and Superintendent Waddell. CIF sports are not merely extracurricular activities. They require commitment, grit, resilience, and tenacity. These are the qualities what we want to instill in our kids. All eligible students participating in CIF sports should receive that credit beginning next year for their time and effort. The current student athletes and parents who were surveyed by the district gave their input and deserve to be included in the benefits of this policy. Santa Clara Unified passed this policy in 2014, but has neglected to implement it. What message does it send after 11 years that you would enact it in such a way that the class of 2028 still loses out on the benefits? Other districts have had this in place for student athletes for years, giving fair recognition for the rigorous hours of practice and games that students have participated in during their sports season. A second required year of PE seems unnecessary, especially given the inflexible and frankly punitive makeup work that any student is assigned if they miss a single PE class. For example, my daughter's grade plummeted from an A+ to an F at the end of her fall semester because she missed a single run day due to a medical appointment. After emailing the teacher, my daughter was told that she would need to write a paper and run 8 additional makeup laps on the day of the PE final, which consisted of a 3-mile run, in order to recover her grade. That's a total of 5 miles in 45 minutes. My daughter did it, and I guarantee the only way that she was able to do it was because she was an exemplary and in-shape student athlete. Please allow the class of 2028 student athletes to use their CIF sports participation towards their PE graduation requirements or exemption from PE requirements. They deserve it. Thank you.
Oh, feeling a little underdressed now. Trustees, my name is Peter Plodek. I'm a 9th grade student athlete at Santa Clara High School, and I feel like there's currently flaws with this system here, because not including the class of 2028 and calling it too late for us. I think it was too late 11 years ago when this policy was supposed to be implemented, and when it wasn't implemented. And this also gives the incentive for other people to join these sports. I personally managed to convince one of my friends to join cross country with me. It was not an easy task because not everybody likes cross country, but eventually they cracked and they joined. They had a fun time, and we learned a lot of skills there from the upperclassmen. They taught us how to deal with our workload that we have from our other classes. They taught us all sorts of communication skills, and every meet that we went to was just a great experience where everybody was kind to each other. And it was honestly the best time of my life, if I'm being honest. I know I'm only 15, so take it with a grain of salt. And from the hoodie, if you can tell, I'm currently in track and field. I convinced more of my friends to join that, and I think I could convince my entire friend group to join if they weren't loaded up on classes and had to deal with PE. I almost got a second friend to join cross country with me. But they said that they were too taken up with PE or other classes. And also, I am a science guy and a cross country guy. And I would love to take a second science class next year, intro to biotech, but sadly I can't take that if I have to take PE. So I would love if this was passed for 2028 or the class of 2028 so that I could take that class because I like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello everybody. I am Kedar. I am a 9th grader at Santa Clara High School, and I am part of the boys varsity tennis team. Sorry for this unpreparedness. I came back from my away game today at Cupertino. But I'm here to advocate not only for the class of 2028, but for future students as well for this this rule, I guess. PE is 90 minutes long in one period, and tennis practices are usually 2 hours long, which already is longer than the normal required amount, and it's every day compared to PE, which is about every other day. I also have to spend at least from my personal experience, I have to spend a lot more effort into practicing tennis because it's only about practicing tennis compared to PE, which splits a lot of different activities, and sometimes people might not consider it easy, and sometimes people might not consider it hard. While for after school sports, I feel like the coaches push us always so that it's hard for us so that we can improve. And I don't feel that that's really achieved in PE. Also, some people before have talked about how if PE is removed, it allows students to worry about schoolwork at different times rather than coming home at, like, as I said, like I came back today at like around 6:30, where normal school would around 3:50 since I have a 7th period. So that's like a significant amount of time I could have spent doing my schoolwork or, you know, other things that I'm enjoying as. Because I'm also a musician, and having to also worry about PE and then come home and do more work reduces time in practicing and other stuff like that. So yeah, it would really be nice for the class of 2028 and future students to receive this benefit. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Jonah Woon, Maya Gott, and Jackie Savage.
Trustees, my name is Jonah Woon. I am a 9th grader at Santa Clara High School and an athlete. I have played CIF sports this year for the JV football team and JV baseball team. I believe that my class should benefit from the policy proposed by this board to allow participation in high school sports to count for my PE graduation requirement. I am committed to both my academic and athletic experiences at Santa Clara High, and I have been able to maintain a 4.0, but this is not without challenge and sacrifice. As an athlete, we put in hours of effort and practices and games that should count towards our PE requirements for graduation. I should not have to take an extra PE class when I'm already being physically active and playing sports. I would like the opportunity to use that period to take another class that I am interested in, but might not have enough space for because of the second year of required PE in my schedule. I am aware that there are students in other districts who get their sports participation counted as PE credit. As students, we are encouraged to excel. I would like to encourage our trustees to do the same. Currently, we are lagging behind other school districts. Why would you choose to ignore the time, skill, and effort that we as high school athletes put into our sports? Our class deserves to benefit from this policy. I urge the Board of Trustees to include the current class of 2028 to count their sports participation as PE credit next year. Thank you.
Hi trustees, my name is Maya Gatt, and I'm a 9th grader at Santa Clara High School. I am in two CIF sports, the varsity golf team, and I'm a varsity on track and field. I believe that the class of 2028 should benefit from this policy proposed by the school board to allow participation in high school sports to count for my PE graduation requirement. I want the chance to use that course period in my schedule to take another class that I'm interested in or might not have space for because of the second year required in PE. It is important to me and many other kids to have the opportunity to learn not only liberal arts in school, but also things we find interested, like electives or harder classes. It won't take anything away from the kids who do take PE, but it will only benefit the ones who do sports. We deserve to benefit from this policy, and we've been waiting long enough, 11 years. I urge the Board of Trustees to include our current class of 2028 to count their school participation for PE credits as sports. Thank you.
Hi trustees, my name is Jacqueline. I'm a 9th grader at Santa Clara High School, and I participated in both field hockey in the fall as well as varsity for track. This school year, I take 6 periods, and before my sport, I like to spend my time in the library catching up on my homework that I have gotten from my teachers. And next year, I'm planning on taking 7 periods, but I've chosen several challenging classes, And without the PE class period, I'm able to spend that extra period in the library studying to get good grades on my classes. Thank you.
Thank you. The next three speakers are Grace Wolfson, Cecilia Altamirano, and Itza Cinco.
Hi, my name is Grace Wolfson. I'm a ninth grader at Santa Clara High School and a kind of athlete. Um, I wanted to try track when I was in sixth grade, and I was there for an hour, so I don't really count that. And then I went for in seventh grade for 2 weeks, and I don't really count that either. And then I didn't try in eighth grade, and then I did track this year. And honestly, I really enjoyed it. I learned a ton about time management and responsibility and honestly, like motivation to improve and stuff. And I think that those were all stuff that I would not have learned in regular PE. And I think with this extra period, I can have time to work on stuff that like I care more about, honestly, when I'm already benefiting from the after school sport anyways. So I think it would be really good for a class of 2028 to for our after school sports and stuff to count for graduation stuff. Yeah. Thank you.
Hi, again. I don't want us to get distracted and table this again, because we have to understand one thing, that this has been 11 years. You already approved it 11 years ago. And the CDC, whatever it is, guidelines. But you have in front of you, if not, I can send it to you, and I'm sure I've had, ed code requirements, where it says that the ability to make a decision, it is left entirely to the governing board of an LEA, local education agency, or a county office of education, COE, or to request and to approve. That's is what we're here for. This is what you need to decide today, what message you're going to be sending to all those kids. Even more so, when I initially first reached out to all the counselors at Wilcox, I got a very clear no. And I thought initially it was because there wasn't a policy in place. And then as we were going through this process, I realized there is a policy, that it's not being implemented. And then a parent texted me today and said, we worked it out with the teachers. We found a way around because we are not, and I quote him, counting on the PE policy and the board to act. And so I was angry. I am angry because therein lies the problem. This policy that is there, it's not being applied to all of us. So some of us are getting the short end of that stick. And my kid's grade has gone down, but she broke a record for the school. Oh, yay!
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Itza Cinco, and I'm currently a freshman at Wilcox High School. First and foremost, I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart for allowing this PE policy. I just know it'll benefit many of our futures. However, I beg of you to please let it be available for me and other current freshmen. As a competitive swimmer, every day, I wake up at 4:30 in the morning to be at Saratoga High School by 5:20 a.m. I have to train from 5:20 to 7:20. I walk out of the pool at 7:20 and arrive home at 7:45. I walk to school, so I have to leave at 8:25.
I already have very little time in the morning and I rush. And that's what life has been feeling like for me a lot lately. I feel like I'm rushing my homework and just rushing in general. I have to be in bed very early in order to have somewhat of a productive routine the next day. Last night, like my mom just said, I broke a school record and I hope to break my own record again tomorrow at league finals. Going back to how I'm rushing my life right now, it's costing me my grades, specifically my English and math grades. Especially when I'm competing for Wilcox, I get home pretty late. During the summer, I'll be taking my elective at Mission College because I'm not able to take it at school as I'm just physically exhausted by sixth period. If this PE policy is passed for class of 28, I won't have to take another class outside of school. Therefore, I could just focus my attention on the most important thing, the core classes I want to succeed in. So once again, please let the incoming sophomores, the class of 28, take advantage of this policy. Thank you.
Thank you. And the final 4 slips that I have are from Eric Jensen, Freya Ryan Jensen, Margie Wysocki, and Ian Jackson.
All right, so. Hi, my name's Eric Jensen. Freya is my daughter back there. She's a water polo athlete. She spends hours in the pool, treading water and trying not to get drowned. And also does weightlifting, running. She's on the club water polo team. She gets plenty of exercise. She would love to be able to use the free time that she might have from not having to take PE to take an art class or maybe another English class. But right now she can't do that. And if we look at the policy that was presented earlier today, it looks like a very punitive policy. It looks like a policy that's designed to make it difficult for people like myself to fill out the form with the 17 check boxes of stuff I don't understand and all the signatures. It should be an inclusive policy. It should be a policy that's easy to manage, that's easy to administrate, that allows people like Freya to take that art class and not have to go to redundant PE. So I think the board should be listening to the students and the parents. And what we're asking for is inclusion and ease of access to these additional elective classes. So thank you.
Okay, got this. Okay. Okay. Good evening. My name is Freya Ryan Jensen, and I am here as both a Santa Clara High School freshman and a varsity water polo player. And I just want to speak about, on behalf of student athlete commitment and the time we put into these extracurriculars. So personally, I did some numbers for myself. I spend on season 10 plus hours every week in the pool, at games, on practices, and in PE we spend maybe at a max 5 hours a week. And off season I spend 9+ hours doing games and practices, getting in the pool at 7 p.m., leaving at 9 p.m., having to balance all of these other things, these homework and this time management with my PE classes. And I personally take 7 periods. So having to take those 7 periods in order to take an elective has made it harder for me to participate in these sports. And I know many students who get in very early in the morning and leave long after it's dark because they have to balance, again, those PE classes with taking a sport. And I know that to many students, these PE classes can serve as opportunities to find fun ways to be active, but I would argue that varsity athletes have more than found that passion. And it takes a lot of passion to get in a pool that's really freezing cold at 7 p.m. And I think this would benefit not only varsity players, but JV as well, because it brings more people into a sport that they might not have otherwise thought of, because they can get that PE credit and they can pursue that. And I know the policy would mean applying in your freshman year. And as a person who had to apply for a program in my freshman year, I was not told about it by anybody I was applying to that program with. When I entered the high school, I didn't know I was going to be pursuing water polo because I didn't know they had it as an option. So I think it would make it very hard for even the freshmen next year to become involved with these programs because they might not be told about them, or they might not know how to pursue the application process if it's not because it's not readily given to them.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. You know me. I'm Ian Jackson. I'm the UTSC Vice President. I'd be remiss if I didn't speak a little about this particular issue. I attended many of the district meetings about this issue and I've heard from many PE teachers. First, it's a bit alarming that we're using data from 30 students and 137 parents in the survey sent out to potentially make changes to district policies that will impact classes, curriculum, and staffing in any subject. And while I applaud the parents and students for coming out to speak so eloquently tonight, they represent an extremely small percentage of the students and parents in the district. I would also ask, where is the teacher and staff data in Mr. Stam and Mr. Baldwin's slideshow? Physical education teachers believe that this board policy and AR, whether new or old, considerably undermines their expertise, education, and dedication in what they do, let alone the state standards in physical education. Physical education classes are not just about exercise. They are about lifelong learning about all aspects of physical education. Let me be clear about this. Physical education teachers do not want these exemptions. They strongly believe all students should be enrolled in physical education classes and believe that it is in the best interest of students to do so. They've offered their suggestions about the BP and AR with the desire to be collaborative, feeling that their misgivings about the situation are not being heard. The board policy and AR would directly impact physical education staffing. Many PE teachers are also coaches of the teams that the students seek to play for and participate in. Less physical education classes equals less physical education teachers, which equals less teacher coaches, which could then in turn lead to less actual teams. It is a potential consequence that might be being overlooked. Physical education classes are important. Just because a student is playing a sport does not mean they are getting physical education or learning the state standards in physical education. Thank you.
Hi. So I also would be remiss if I wasn't speaking about this tonight. I was in almost all of the meetings about this. You probably feel the absence of the teachers tonight in the room. There's a reason for that. I will applaud the parents and the students. You guys did great. And I will agreeably disagree. I was a student athlete from 7th grade to 12th grade. I get it. I get all those benefits. They are true. We have these things called California content standards. Physical education is not solely physical activity because we have California content standards that we have to teach. That's something the teachers take very seriously. So many of the concerns that came up with the CDE document were concerns that actually were brought up, if not by me directly, by PE teachers in the meetings. So it feels disingenuous, I would say, that the actual concerns that we brought up were maybe dismissed and are now showing up again. I agree with Mr. Jackson. The survey data is statistically irrelevant when you talk about how many students and how many parents we have in the district. I'd ask you, do the other districts you keep saying have these programs? Are they holding up to the CDE constraints that you're now presenting? And I would say we're on the precipice of a very slippery slope. First, PE and sports. What's next? Are we going to say that a speech and debate club means they get to waive another class? Is writing a student newspaper or a student magazine going to waive another class? If this goes forward, and I did bring up the concern about non-credential teachers giving grades, and if that's the case, I am going to demand that we have a hold harmless clause, that our teachers are not held to the standard of teaching California content standards and not being given the opportunity to do so.
Thank you. Is there any other person in the room that would like to comment that did not turn in a slip? Not, I'm going to move to Zoom comment. Okay, I'm going to move to comment in the Zoom.
Thank you, President Lieberman. For the members of the public attending through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raised hand tool. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands were raised. There will be a 2-minute timer on the screen, similar to the one we have in the boardroom, to help you moderate your comments. To ensure everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. When your name is called, you will be prompted by Zoom to unmute. Our first commenter is Jean Kendall. You should be able to talk, Mr.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Gene Kendall. I'm a PE teacher and water polo coach at Santa Clara High School. I was hired 3 years ago at Santa Clara to teach PE, and this year I was extremely excited to have gotten my tenure to continue teaching here at Santa Clara, which is the same school my dad actually graduated from. The water polo program at Santa Clara was in complete disarray when I got there. A 19-year-old kid was running the program. When I started teaching PE there, I was extremely excited to be part of a collaborative group there and work towards improving our PE program. We created an athletic PE program that is helping benefit students in their second year of PE by allowing them to lift weights and work on other sport disciplines during that time. If this policy is enacted, due to my seniority in the district and looking at the numbers, I'm gone. I will no longer be teaching, and your coaches that you guys value are going to be gone. Myself and many, many others. I think that the teacher side of this thing has gone completely unrepresented, as Mr. Jackson alluded to. It wasn't even mentioned in his slides earlier. It's deeply disheartening that every PE teacher in this district is against this. Every athletic director is against this. And many coaches are against this. And that hasn't gone talked about nearly enough. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Crashman Randall.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Okay.
Back again. I finished with my club soccer. I'm with the sheriff's department, and I'm currently on duty right now, so I'm splitting hats right here. I'm also an uncredentialed soccer coach for McDonald High School, and the last three people that spoke are supporting what I also support, that there is more research that needs to be done. I'm not an advocate for this program going forward at this time, only because there's not enough information. There's not enough study. I find the study that has been done is woefully inadequate and biased. They admitted themselves that there was a low turnout. That concerns me. I was asked to be on the committee to discuss this as an off-campus coach, as an uncredentialed person who comes in and is a role model for students and want to push academics and athletics as part of the agenda, as part of a growth program for kids and learning about healthy lifestyles and furthering their goals while being committed to certain things in their life. So I think not being part of the committee, I think it was slightly biased as well, because I am one of those off-campus, uncredentialed people. I have a master's in education. I'm just not a credentialed teacher. And I do think that I'm a positive role model for children. And I think this implementation, people have cited there's a policy in place since 2014, but there is not a plan. And that's what I want. I don't want a knee-jerk reaction because some parents want this to go forward and somebody on the board says, yeah, this sounds like a good idea and we've been remiss on this. I want a plan in place that is solid, sound, and has all the intended consequences recognized, because losing staff and not bringing other electives into place is a huge concern that I have. You're saying that you're going to do this for the benefit of the children, but what alternatives are we going to give them? If we're losing staff and we're not increasing.
Mr. Randall,
Yep,
thank you.
I see it. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Carla.
Hello, my name is Carla and I'm a parent of an athlete at Santa Clara High School. And I am torn by the things that I'm hearing this evening from the staff, from the board members, from the students, from the parents. And I will read what I wrote earlier, that I agree with allowing some exemption for some students. However, it doesn't sit well with me that it's only for some students. If we're going to allow some flexibility in the way that people learn their PE requirements, that it should be something that's allowed for all students. The students that tend to get chosen for the teams and for the athletics are students that have been in sports camps and league sports, and their parents have been able to put in this financial investment over their course of their lives to get them into and onto these teams. And the students that are socioeconomically challenged are then put further behind in if these things go through for the other students. My student is an athlete. I support him getting credit or getting an exemption if he needs to have that time for something else. However, it's not equitable if just there's only one way to flex the PE. And I hadn't even considered the roles of the teachers, and that it's just so important that we respect and honor their voice as well. And they're the ones that are going to be leading the charge for our students. So I appreciate this conversation and thank you so much for all of your work.
Thank you, Carla. That is our last speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Meltzer. Before I move to Trustee Ryan, who is first on my list, there was something that I wanted to bring up earlier that Ms. Wysocki actually mentioned in her comments that I noticed, and that was the low turnout of students that responded to the survey. I think that when we're talking about a policy that's going to affect students and we want to get their input, sending an email or something through Parent Square probably isn't the best way to access student input. So I would like us to think about better ways of reaching out to students to get their feedback. I think surveys are great, but maybe pick a period in high school and have a QR code that they can scan. They're a captive audience in a classroom, and in 5 minutes, they could fill out the survey and provide feedback. It's just an idea that I'm throwing out. I don't want to put an onus on a teacher to have to do this, but there has to be a better way to reach students, and sending them an email they're not going to read, isn't it? I have 2 teenagers. They don't check email, and they certainly don't check Parent Square. So I would love it if staff could find a better way to survey students to get their feedback on things that directly impact their lives in the classroom and in school. Because 30 kids is not, you can't, that's statistically insignificant. I'm not going to disagree with the observations of Ms. Wysocki and Mr. Jackson. So if we could please look for better ways to do that, that would be fantastic. Okay, so we're going to move to round 2 of comment from the board, and Trustee Ryan has asked to be the first person to speak.
Could I say something before you give your, I know you want to give your motion. One of the things that I keep hearing is about this equity. And and the thing about this, the ed code, and the policy is based on ed code. When we have our board policies, we actually get them from CSBA based on ed code, and we look at them. We didn't like invent this. This is part of ed code that was passed. But one of the things that I have loved about, that I've discovered since becoming a parent of a high schooler, is that we have no-cut sports. So when we talk about students having access to this, we have several no-cut sports. You'll have students that were cut from their 7th, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade volleyball teams and are able to finally play volleyball as freshmen because it's a no-cut sport. They didn't make it in middle school, but they make it as a freshman. I couldn't believe water polo is no-cut. There are no-cut sports everywhere because we give that access to students and they don't have to pay. And so I think if I go back to how it was when I played sports in high school, it was pretty cutthroat. And it costs a lot of money. And those barriers have all been removed. And it's amazing to watch some of these kids who maybe haven't had access previously have access. Anyway, I just wanted to say that. So thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Trustee Ryan.
So I want to just first thank the parents and the students who spoke tonight. As I said earlier, I was concerned when I saw that there were 6 teacher-only sessions, but only 1 parent and only 1 student session. So, you know, we need to do better at hearing those voices as we're working on things that impact students. We have also had Board Policy 6142.7 for 11 years. This is not a change to policy. We are not adopting a new policy. It has already been there. It is also clear California Ed Code 51242, California law allows an exemption. So there's no slippery slope about other things we might exempt. This is in California law. If there are other things, we might consider those, but they have to be in law for us to consider them. So my motion is to ensure that the policy adopted 11 years ago is finally implemented. The plan is easy. There's an easy plan for exemption. So this is my motion. First, adopt revisions to AR 6142.7 with the following revision of the section on PE. And I can provide this should this pass and we adopt it. So calling it the Sports Physical Education Exemption. The governing board authorizes a physical education exemption for students who participate in school-sponsored interscholastic athletics as permitted under Education Code 51241B1. Eligible students may receive an exemption from the second year of PE graduation requirements when they participate in a regular school-sponsored California Interscholastic Federation, CIF, athletic program conducted wholly or partially outside of the regular school day. Eligibility and requirements, and I might go over because I need to read the whole motion. Any SUSD high school student may request an exemption for either 1 semester, which would waive 5 credits, or 1 year, which would waive 10 credits of PE. 1 season of participation in an SCUSD CIF sport qualifies for a 1 semester, a 5 credit exemption. 2 seasons would qualify for a full year 10 credit exemption. Students must obtain all required signatures to verify that eligibility, criteria have been met. Verification of participation must be completed by the school's athletic director or a designee. For 12th grade students, exemption requests, including those for spring sports, must be submitted by the end of April. Students who are granted 5 or 10 PE credits through this exemption will have an equivalent number of credits shifted to the elective category. All students would still be required to complete 9th grade PE. Second part, that the option for the PE exemption through participation in a school-sponsored CIF team be immediately available to all current SUSD high school students and implemented ongoing for all future high school students. 3, that the only requirements for students to be eligible for PE exemption through school-sponsored California Interscholastic Federation CIF athletic programs are those required by Ed Code. And 4, that any application or other document developed in response to this AR come back to the board for approval prior to being required by students, families, or staff. And that's the end of my motion. I just want to say if we want to add or change to a program that awards credit instead of an exemption, we can continue to explore that option. There's clearly a lot of questions that need to be answered about that particular option, but the exemption is very clear and already in our policy, so I'd like to make that motion.
Second.
Student trustee Brown.
I just want to say before, like, I feel like we should definitely get more opinions from students if there was only one thing. And then also, we're trying to get student opinion, but I think the information's all over the place. So it's hard to ask for opinions from teachers and students if they don't know if it's like credit or exemption and all that stuff. But I do think students, I know students that like do 2 sports and it takes a lot of time out of them. And sadly, some of the PE classes, you just walk the track. So it does feel like, oh, I should take another science instead. So I'm in support of the thing. I just want the information to be correct for everyone.
Thank you. Trustee Canova.
And I agree with those comments, getting it correct. You know, what's alarming to me, of course, it's the 11 years, obviously, but also that the communication with the California Department of Education, the CDE, I believe, came from Trustee Fairchild, and it did not come from our staff. That's a little crazy to me. As a member, I'm just one of 7, but it just seems like that's not upon us to do. It's our expectation is it will be done by staff. Am I wrong? Is that a little much to expect? I'm very, very demanding, you know. Just such a demanding person. So that's alarming to me. In terms of the motion that we have in the second for the motion, I think clearly that we still need the input from the CDE even on this motion. And it may have to get modified perhaps, I don't know. I think that needs to be said. But in terms of what's in front of us tonight, I'm happy to support that motion, but we got to be communicating with the California Department of Education on this. And I'm just really shocked that we haven't been.
Trustee Rotterman.
Yes. So I think the motion that was made, I want to commend my fellow trustee. It sounds good. She obviously put a lot of work into putting it together, but the very first time I've heard it was just tonight. And I don't think it's been properly vetted. You know, there's other people that might want to have an input into it, just like people wanted to have an input tonight, and they wouldn't get that opportunity. I think this issue is urgent, and I think we need to be sure. But I think we need to be sure that our existing policy is legally accurate. So we have a policy on the books for 11 years, but nobody has ever determined whether or not that policy is valid. We could have a flawed policy. I also am very concerned about the information that Trustee Fairchild brought up with the CDE, which is the Department of Education, which is very important. And so here's a terrible scenario. Let's just say the CDE decides to audit us and determines that our policy is not valid and discredits all of the exemptions that we did, and the student now cannot graduate because they lack the proper materials for graduation. I want to be certain that when we put this in place, that those students can rely on the fact that if they do these things, they get to graduate. I think that when the policy is put into place, I think we need it to be as permissive as possible to allow the most flexibility for our students. And that should be something we do. But I'm not ready this evening to say yes to this motion because I do think there's additional work that needs to be done. I would like to see, I agree with Trustee Canova. I don't know why this hadn't gone through the proper vetting, but I would like to see this come back. And I realize this will put a strain on the staff, but I want to see if we can't bring this back by the next meeting so we can get this thing decided one way or the other. Thank you.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you, President, and thank you to everybody who spoke this evening. I have a lot of concerns regarding the policy coming forward that this evening, and particularly the motion that's just been made. You know, it's been pointed out that there were 6 teacher-only sessions, which is great. However, that information was not included in the survey information that was provided, which has been brought up. I'm concerned that there is not proper input by the teachers, and it's been expressed that if this isn't done right, that we could be losing teachers, coaches, and that would be detrimental to the whole sports program. I mean, the reason we have a sports program is to benefit our students and to give them opportunities. And I loved how the young man talked about how he never played water polo before, but he tried out for water polo and he really enjoyed it. And I think those are the kinds of stories, that we just love to hear. And I believe that it needs to be vetted again through the teachers to make sure that they are in agreement and accepting of this policy to move it forward, and that it's going to be something that it will benefit the students and something that the parents are supportive of as well. I agree that there has not been sufficient information gathered to be able to make a final decision about this policy tonight, and that it needs to go back for a future or further input. Thank you.
Trustee Muirhead.
Thank you. First of all, I'm always impressed when we have students come and speak at a board meeting. It's really late for you guys, and I know some of you have to be up at 5 in the morning or 7 in the morning or some ungodly hour of the morning for practices. So I really do appreciate you coming out and speaking and advocating. The motion that's on the floor, I tried to get it all down. I couldn't get it all down. It's very complicated. There's a lot of nuance to it. So it may be a really good motion. There isn't enough time here to really ponder all the different pieces about it. There was something about 12th graders can submit up to April. And I know staff wanted to make sure that everyone graduated. And if for some reason it didn't happen and they hadn't taken a PE class, then a child isn't graduating because of one PE class. There was other considerations. I just haven't vetted this enough to really know. It may be spot on. We need a little bit more time. This is listed as a discussion item, not even discussion action. We make exceptions to that all the time, but I do want to point out that it is just here as a discussion item. Okay. Well, there's a motion on the floor. It's to give direction. Okay. So I don't think that I could give that direction tonight. I haven't spent enough time on it. We didn't have any teachers here. They've come to policy committee meetings several times, taken time out of their day to do that. And I do agree that there's more to PE than just the physical activity. There's also curriculum. And they were going to spend the next year working the curriculum from 2 years into one, because there's state standards around that. So I want to respect that also, and that this isn't going to give any of these 9th graders that extra curriculum. And I don't know what that means for their graduation if they're not getting curriculum that they're supposed to have according to the CDE. Questions for me.
Okay. Trustee Fairchild.
I just want to point out again that this portion of the policy is based on Ed Code. It comes directly from California Education Code that states that the governing board of the school district may exempt any pupil from attendance in PE. The email that I didn't get to read, which I think is from the CDE, it says that PE exemptions, just so that we know, this is from the CDE, are to be requested by individual students. A roster, such as all students who participate in a CIF sport, cannot be pulled and brought before an authorized authority for action. Instead, each student must request the specific PE exemption. Students can request a specific PE exemption and still take PE. A list of students who requested the AP exemption, this specific PE exemption, the action taken, approved or not, the date of action will be brought to the board for approval. This is not new. This was something the CDE has had in place for many years. It's in Ed Code. And I wish that this would have all been discussed. I'm not on the policy committee. I didn't get to be part of those discussions. But when I saw this, as I said, what I read in Ed Code and what I saw in the presentation didn't match, which is why I reached out to the CDE. I don't think it's that difficult. And I know this is a hard change, but it's something other districts have gone through over 10 years ago.
So, I just want to say that I am on the policy committee. And to Trustee Canova's point earlier, and perhaps it's a fault of mine, I was operating under the assumption that we were utilizing CDE guidelines when drafting this policy. So I did not take it upon myself, as Trustee Fairchild did, to look into it. And so it's incredibly disturbing to me that this policy was that this AR was crafted, and we met with teachers and spent hours and hours and hours crafting this AR and exhibit, and no one thought to check the legality of what we were doing. It's incredibly disappointing to me that we're in this place right now, because I don't know what to do, because I want this to move forward, but I want to make sure that it's legal. And I don't know if what we're going to do right now is legal. And I'm frustrated, and I'm exasperated at this entire process, and I apologize for airing that publicly, but I apologize to the teachers who spent so much time on this, to the parents, to the students, because this should have been checked for legality before we went through this process. And I am incredibly disappointed. Trustee Ryan.
So I just want to clarify. First of all, this is not a policy. So my motion was not a policy. It's about draft language for an AR. And if it helps in getting this moved forward, I mean, actually, I took what the presentation had and just took out some of those things that were very specific that didn't seem allowed. And I did change it from exemption to credit. So there's not a lot of change from what came forward from the policy committee, even though, let's be very clear, this is not a policy. This is an administrative regulation. I'd be happy to change my motion. I don't know if the second would be okay, to direct staff, to give this direction to staff to take this and check it with CDE. But this is the law. I mean, an exemption is based on education code. That's California law. So I think at least providing the exemption, there should not be a question about legality. There might be some questions on the details, but absolutely, if we don't want to approve it tonight, I think what I'd like, I can change the motion to say, give direction to take this, come back at the next meeting with cleared and vetted. But I also want this needs to apply to the current students. And I want them to be able to start moving forward with changing their schedules if they need to for next year, because this has been the policy has been there. This is just how we implement it. And I don't know why we haven't implemented it in 11 years, but we can't, no more excuses about waiting. Like we don't need you. And I understand people want to give input, but this is an education code and it's in our policy. And the policies come from CSBA. So it's been vetted. The policy has been vetted. If we want to double check this AR to make sure it's okay, great. But this needs to move forward with urgency. And the students have been very clear on that. And I do want to say that, to hear that teachers came to policy committee at a time when students can't come, when parents can't generally come, again, that was another opportunity for one group of stakeholders to have input without the others. So if CDE says that those standards can be waived by the governing board, the CDE says that. Vicky. So
Well, I
Vicky,
would feel more comfortable.
willing to say
Direction?
this is direction,
Yes.
not approving the AR.
So it will come back. Can we have it come back to the first May meeting?
Yes, well, that's what
I would like it to come back to the first May meeting. I would be more comfortable supporting this as direction to have it come back.
I'm sorry. I have to step in. I have to step in. I'm sorry.
No.
You have a motion and you have a second, which means you also have discussion.
Right, but we've had public comment. We've had the.
Not after the motion was made.
On this item, it's per item. It's per item.
President, can I speak?
Then everybody's going to get to speak.
Then
Everybody gets to speak.
He's out of order.
Yes.
So if we could get the meeting back in order, I have a question about, because there's been comments about doing this next year, and so I want to just reflect on that for a moment, because Dr. Waddell, the master schedules, I think, are done. Hiring is done for next year. Students have signed up for classes. Is this a reasonable expectation to make these changes for next year? Because I know a lot of parents and students want to do this. I don't know logistically how that works. If that's, maybe it's a simple thing to redo the whole schedule, but I don't think it is.
So I have, if I could make a couple of comments and including that one, we acknowledge that this policy has existed, and the reason that we are trying to bring an AR is exactly to implement it. We have listened to a lot of voices that have had different points of view, and many of those voices are why some of the provisions that are in question tonight exist. It does, the policy does have the word may in it, so it's not, so that's the permissive aspect from Ed Code. I want to speak to staff. While no one spoke to a consultant at CDE, we certainly reviewed Ed Code and FAQs and looked at many other districts' policies. The staff, I just want to say the staff have spent many months looking at this, and maybe we ended up in some places we need to clean up, but that's true. But that has occurred. I think there is a distinction between the exemption and the sports PE question. So I think maybe we bifurcate those potentially. The reason that the recommendation was to begin with 9th grade wasn't to exclude these awesome students that were here tonight, but it was specifically because course schedules have been generated, staffing has been generated for next year. This is going to create a lot of need for additional elective courses that we haven't hired staff for. So that's the reason for the implementation, and not that we can't overcome those things, but I just wanted to explain that that's the reason that exists, that recommendation looks the way it is.
One thing. But
I mean, anything can be overcome.
There was a student who made I understand, but I want to provide some input. on
if-
this particular question from, because I know so many freshman students and I've talked to them. And we had a student who spoke tonight who said, I would love to be able to have a study period instead of instead of PE. So I think, I think it was a parent who actually said, it may be complicated for this group.
So can I finish my question, please?
I would,
So I'm asking our superintendent, all of a sudden I got very loud. I'm asking our superintendent if it's a reasonable expectation to change our high school schedules and to have enough staff, even if it's a study hall, it still needs staff, to have a reasonable amount of staff for all these new class spots that are going to open up. Is that, I don't know enough about the high school schedule. I just know it's very complicated.
In my inquiries, the answer is no. That we are too far along in the process this year to do it without causing massive disruption to the planning process and to the staffing process.
I need to just do a time check. I need to extend the meeting because we're not going to finish this in 10 minutes. So can I please get a motion to extend the meeting?
Motion to extend half hour. Roderman?
Second, Fairchild.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, the meeting's extended till 11 p.m. Go, Trustee Roderman.
Yeah, so I think the suggestion that Trustee Ryan had made is a good one, and I'd be willing to support that. What she said is, if you'll send it back for advice, double check the CDE, double check all of the legal related issues, have Meredith take a look at it. Again, my concern is if you put something in place that you think is legal, but it's not, you've got jeopardy. And so let's do that. Let's clear that part of it up and then bring it back. Next meeting, I think, we'll light a fire under this thing, and I realize that might be inconvenient, but let's bring it back next meeting. And if that's the case, I personally would like us to go ahead and act on the motion, assuming the second thinks it's okay. And then we'll go ahead and hear about this at the next meeting and because I think right now we're spinning our wheels. We're continuing to argue the same points back and forth. So I'd like to see us go ahead and take action on the motion. I call the question if that's possible.
Can we repeat the
Hold on,
motion?
hold on. Trustee Watanabe and Trustee Ryan both want to make comment. So Trustee Ryan and then Trustee Watanabe.
so what we've heard from students and parents tonight is, and I've had this conversation with students and parents who've talked to me about this issue. For this group, this test case of kids who are going to kind of get this ability last minute, if we can approve this, they may not have all the choices they would want to have in terms of an elective or another class they want to take. But I imagine there are seats available in a variety of classes, or the student could choose a study hall, whatever it would be, that there are options there. And some may end up staying in their PE class because they would prefer to do that. But I think we need to give the option to the students to make that choice. They can, there's a few seats in different elective classes and they'll choose different things. They'll be spread out over different classes and maybe those classes will be fully enrolled. But I think the fact that we have denied this to our students for 11 years is unconscionable and we have to fix it. And I know it's going to be hard for this next year. And I apologize to the students who may end up being guinea pigs on this, but I appreciate their advocacy for it. And we'll get it in place. We'll learn some things about it from the first year and help the implementation for the following year.
Trustee Watanabe.
Thank you. My concern is to make sure that all stakeholders are included in the process going forward, whether it comes back at the next board meeting or the meeting after that. If we're going to implement something that is, going to change the direction of how our students are engaged in sports, we need to make sure that all voices are heard. And I appreciate the teacher that just spoke out about disabled students. That yes, she's absolutely correct. I have not heard that mentioned tonight. So we need to make sure that all stakeholders are a part of this before we can take any definitive action on a policy that's going to impact the whole school district. So that is my ask. If I'm going to support something, I want to make sure all stakeholders are aware before we make a final decision on this. Thank you.
Trustee Fairchild.
I wasn't able to get through all of my pages of stuff from the CDE. And my last page, which I didn't get to, is all about the fact that we cannot discriminate on a variety of reasons, but including mental or physical disability, shall be denied these benefits, which is one of the reasons why, not explicitly I said at the time, that I brought up about no-cut sports. That's one of the beautiful things about the no-cut sport options is it gives all of our students who haven't had the opportunity to participate for the first time. I wasn't explicit. I thought that it was probably implied, but obviously not. But I do appreciate the direction because we need to give direction. This has been going back and forth for too long in policy committee. And we just need to, I feel like, give direction to move forward and then have it come back. And it's going to probably be messy, but direction is I think what's needed. So I continue my second.
Trustee Muirhead and then Trustee Canova.
So this might sound a little funny, but I'm looking at the policy and it says the superintendent or designee may grant a student an exemption from physical education under the following special circumstances, the third of which is when the student is in high school and is engaged in a regular school-sponsored interscholastic athletic program, wholly or partially after regular school hours. So Trustee Ryan, you had a lot of other things, and I'm wondering if we can just give direction to our staff to implement the policy?
Yes. Well, but the AR is how the policy gets implemented. So that was what came forward tonight, was an AR, an example AR. And so what I suggested was a different AR. And normally we don't approve those. This one, because it was lagging, like nothing happened on it for 11 years, because nothing happened on the policy for 11 years. And there's quite a bit of interest on this. The AR came to the board. Normally it wouldn't. So the direction is about what the AR should look like. I think we already gave direction 11 years ago to implement the policy, and it hasn't happened. So,
Right, I'm just having a hard time with the particular AR, and it's got.
Well, that's why I'm saying, and while we modified the motion to be give direction, here's the sample. Take that and check it and vet it and come back at the next meeting.
Trustee Canova. Trustee Ryan.
I've agreed like 4 times.
Trustee Ryan, can you please restate your motion or your direction? I'm sorry.
So add to the top of this, my motion is to give direction to staff to revise the AR along these lines, but obviously if it needs to be modified, it will come back and whatever needs to be there. And I will send this to you, so you don't need to try to write it down. but it's the sports physical education exemption, the AR. This would be AR 6142.7. The governing board authorizes a physical education PE exemption for students who participate in a school-sponsored who participate in school-sponsored interscholastic athletics as permitted under Education Code 51241B1. Eligible students may receive an exemption from the second year of PE graduation requirements when they participate in a regular school-sponsored CIF athletic program conducted wholly or partially outside of the regular school day. Eligibility and requirements. Any SCUSD high school student may request an exemption for either 1 semester, 5 credits, or 1 year, 10 credits of PE. 1 season of participation in a SCUSD CIF sport qualifies for a 1 semester, 5 credit exemption. 2 seasons qualify for a full year, 10 credit exemption. Students must obtain all required signatures to verify that eligibility criteria have been met. Verification of participation must be completed by the school's athletic director or designee. Again, back with that. For 12th grade students, exemption requests, including those for spring sports, must be submitted by the end of April. Students who are granted 5 or 10 PE credits through this exemption will have an equivalent number of credits shifted to the elective category, and all students are still required to complete 9th grade PE. The second part of the motion was that the option for PE exemption through participation in a school-sponsored CIF team be immediately available to all current SCUSD high school students and implemented ongoing for all future high school students. 3, that the only requirement for students to be eligible for the PE exemption through school-sponsored California Interscholastic Federation CIF athletic programs are those required by Ed Code, and that 4, that any application or other document developed in response to this AR come back to the board for approval prior to being required of students, families, or staff. And that's the direction to take that, check it all out, make sure it's correct, and bring it back to the next meeting.
Trustee Rotterman?
Yeah, I like your motion. I had 1 or 2 minor points of clarification. I'd like you to just add the words that it be reviewed by CDE and legal counsel. Okay, and then that's fine. And then obviously, if in that process, you're making a suggested policy as opposed to a AR, excuse me, it's late. A suggested AR, and if we turns out we find we need to make modifications, they'll do that. If that's the case, I'm happy to support it once it comes up.
Can we vote? Any other comments? Okay, what?
Did have one. I was just wondering, Michelle, if this wording came from somewhere? Were you pulling it from something?
I looked at a lot of different waiver forms, and so I borrowed, some of it, like, this is Lammersville Unified School District, their form. Some of the language came from there, and there's another district, I think it's San Ramon High School District, San Ramon Valley Unified School District. Some of the language came from there.
California School
It's
District.
California School Districts.
Okay, thank you.
Who had very simple forms with very simple requirements about who could get either. And actually, I think one of them does give credit. I think the credit thing is not quite sure if that's okay, so that's why I switched it all, what I motioned it to be the exemption, because that's already our policy.
Sure. Okay, so we have a motion to give direction from Trustee Ryan and a second from Trustee Fairchild. There's been a request for a roll call vote, so we will do that. Trustee Canova.
Yes.
Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. Trustee Rotterman.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Watanabe.
Yeah.
Student Trustee Brown. And I vote yes. It passes 7-0. The student Trustee Brown voting yes. We'll look for this to return at the first May meeting. Okay. Is there any more unagendized? I don't think so. In the interest of time, we can skip the board reports unless people wish to do them. Okay.
Motion to adjourn, Rotterman.
Second, Ryan.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We are adjourned at 10:32.